continue to do. I pray that your Spirit would just come and fill this place and that every single person would feel your presence, Lord Jesus. I pray that you would open eyes and hearts, Lord Jesus, to hear your message, to know that you are truth and you are a person and you are objective, Lord Jesus, that the things that we learn today to put in our tool bag, to be able to preach the good news and to teach it with genuineness and authenticity. Lord Jesus, I pray that we would just feed on this message, Lord Jesus, that you would anoint John and that he would only say what you would have him to say, Lord Jesus, and that, again, he would just be the conduit of you. And we ask all these things in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
So again, good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker today, Jon Noyes. For much of his early life, he was a committed atheist. He was convinced that belief in God was not only unnecessary, but irresponsible. But through honest investigation and a deep dive into the evidence, he discovered that the Christian worldview offers the most compelling and coherent explanation of reality. Since then, he's devoted his life to helping others see what he has found, earning his master's degree in apologetics with honors from Biola University, 10 years of legal experience, and 5 years as a pastor. He brings both sharp reasoning and a shepherd's heart to his work. He's currently working for a ministry, Stand to Reason, in California. It's a ministry that devotes itself to training Christians in apologetics. Jon is passionate about equipping Christians to stand firm, to speak clearly, and giving a defense for the hope that is within them. Please join me in welcoming Jon Noyes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It is, it's morning time. So you guys we're gonna get to know each other today, and I'm really excited. But one of the things you're gonna get to know about me is that I used to be an atheist, true story, and in all honesty, in the mornings sometimes I still feel like an atheist until I have like a couple cups of coffee. This is my second cup of coffee, so I'm like hovering around Jehovah's Witness right now, working my way to Christian. So we're gonna have to work together through this. It is so much fun to do. Can I come down here? Is that okay? Great. Yeah. I was wondering why there are signs, don't bring drink. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. So we're gonna do something really fun today, but before we really dive into the material, I just wanna let you guys know, I'm here for you. I love spending time with people. I love talking to Christians, non-Christians. I don't know where you're at. I'd love to hear your story. I'd love to get to know you a little bit. An audience this size, I'm really excited because that means I'm going to get to know some of you, hopefully. And you'll get to know me too. I have a genuine affection for people because we're made in the image of God. And because we're made in the image of God, we're of infinite value, worth, and dignity. And I have to love you. So I'm commanded, that's right. So, and that means you have to love me too, no matter what I say, which is great. So this morning, what we're gonna do is a little experiment, and this is participatory, I'm hoping. I'm gonna put my atheist hat on in a minute. Yeah, see? I mean, get past the fact that this is God's team. This is, Jesus loves the Red Sox. So what I'm going to do is, in a minute, I'm going to put this hat on, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to transport myself back into atheist Jon before I was a Christian. And I'm just going to let you know why I don't think belief in God is rational, and why I'm an atheist, and why I don't think you should probably be a Christian. And feel free to push back at me, and we're going to see where the day goes from there. From there, we're going to do the atheist role play, and then we're going, and just keep in mind, guys, that I am a Christian. Okay? So don't beat me up, physically. Okay? Yes, full coffee mugs come flying at me. No, so we're going to have fun with this, but then keep in mind, after this, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about being an ambassador for Christ, what apologetics is, how we do that. We're going to talk about, I'm going to show you or talk to you guys about my story from atheism into Christianity. We're going to talk about some tactics on how we can better defend our faith. And the reason why, keep in mind, the reason why we're starting with I keep pointing to this as if this is the atheist. The reason why we start with the atheist role play is so that we can wrestle with how we'd respond out in the real world to these arguments, because it's important. And now right here is a safe space. We can do this without any backlash, well, most of the time, and without getting physical with me, please. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around, I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to be an atheist, and then we're going to go. Does this sound good?
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys okay?
Oh, yeah. Bring it.
In the cheap seats in the back, you guys good? All right, there's one up in the nosebleeds. But it's good. Yeah, you can participate too. I want everybody to participate. Yeah, he's like, I'm up there in the nosebleeds because I want to be talked to. Well, okay, so I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to be an atheist, and then we're going to go. Sound good? Okay, great. All right.
You look so different.
Oh, hey, guys. I am so glad to be here. And I'm not trying to be condescending. But, I'm actually kind of impressed that you guys would invite me here. I don't often get invited to churches to speak. I do every once in a while, but normally I get invited to educational institutions to give talks, like colleges and especially graduate schools and higher education places. And church is kind of in a different place for me. And the reason why is, well, I'm an atheist, okay? I'd like to share with you just a little bit of my story, and then maybe we can have a little dialogue as to what you guys think. Actually, if you think about it, I'm not strange in any way. I'm just like you guys in that I actually just believe in one less God than you. So in a lot of ways, you guys are all atheists too when it comes to the pantheon of gods out there. I just believe in one less. I've evolved in my thinking. And I think maybe if you guys give some thought to it, now I'm not trying to convince you, but I think if you do give some thought to it, you might end up where I'm at eventually, or at least have a better understanding. I do want you to know that I'm normal. I don't eat babies. Contrary to popular belief, look, I'm in a church and I haven't spontaneously burst into flames. So I'm just a normal guy. Actually, I think I'm a good guy. If you talk to my wife is a Christian. You'd find out I'm a good husband. She'd say that. I'm a good dad. I have 4 daughters. You guys could pray for me. It's an experience having 4 daughters. But I love them dearly, and I don't need God to love them. I don't need God to love my wife. And she's amazing, and she supports me in all my endeavors. I just can't believe like you guys for a number of reasons. And I actually think I know why you guys are Christians. Who here grew up in a Christian home? Yeah, most of you. Most of you guys grew up in a Christian home. We live in what's generally considered to be a Christian country. If you guys grew up in Tehran, Iran, what religion do you think you'd be? You'd be Muslim. That's right. If you grew up in certain places in Africa, you might be Muslim. You might believe in what's called animism, like you might have multiple gods. If you were in ancient Greece, you'd believe in the pantheon of gods like Zeus and all of these things. I think that you guys are Christians largely because you grew up in a Christian culture, not because it's true. And in many regards, it's very, very similar to types of music. Now I'm going to play a song here, and let's see what you guys think of this song. Who likes Bruno Mars? Yeah, thank you. One honest person. Yes, 2 honest people. I love it. I love this song. Look how he moves, guys. It's unbelievable. Oh, I wish I had Bruno Mars's life. Girl will put some miles on. Anyways, all right. Yeah, fantastic. Well, no, some of you like, oh my gosh, get him off the screen. You don't like Bruno Mars. Some of you like this a little bit better. Maybe this is more up your alley. You need Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, a little rock and roll. Yes, even your pastor's jamming. I love it. Absolutely, yeah, free bird. Yeah, some of you don't like this. Some of you can't get with classic rock. That's okay. What about this one? Who here's a Swiftie? Oh my God, the look of disgust that's on your face right now is unbelievable. She's like, turn it on. Absolutely. Well, some of you like Taylor Swift, some of you like Bruno Mars, some of you like classic rock. Well, it's the same thing with religion. Is it right for me to tell you that it's wrong not to like Taylor Swift? You're like, I'm going to not like Taylor Swift every day. You know, it's really funny. You guys want to hear a true story? My daughter is a dancer. Like, she does ballet and lyrical and tap and that stuff. And she just had her recital. And I'm not a big Taylor Swift fan. I don't listen to much music, to be honest. And as songs are coming on, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a really good song. And I have a Shazam on my phone that tells me what song's being played. 3 separate times I clicked it, held it up to the thing, and they're all Taylor Swift songs. So I guess I am a closeted Swiftie. But that's okay. I mean, some of you guys like Justin Bieber. Some of you guys like what kind of music do you like? What's your name? Kaylee. What's your favorite type of music?
I honestly like all kinds of music.
Yeah. Okay. So just not anything but Taylor Swift. Awesome. Fantastic. What's your favorite? Guardians, gospel, right? Okay. What's yours? Yeah, you. Classic. So you were jiving with the Led Zeppelin. That's right. Led Zeppelin's good. Now, the point is it makes no sense for me to tell you you're wrong for liking classic rock, because it's a matter of personal preference. Well, it's the same thing with religion. It's not wrong for you to believe in Christianity, but it's just a matter of personal taste. There's no objective truth in it. It's just a matter of cultural convention, maybe how you were raised. Hey guys, dude, he's so awesome. I love your boots. Oh, he's so rad. And the blonde hair, I wish. So it's just a matter of cultural convention, where you grow up, with what you like or dislike. There's no objectivity in it. In the end, what I want to do is I just want us all to get along. And like that's why I really, every time I see these stickers, my heart leaps. My heart leaps. I'm from the Northeast. So yeah. So it leaps because we should just get along. Because ultimately in the end of the day, we're all on this human experiment together. And we need to learn how to relate to each other. You want to believe in God? Great. Fantastic. Just don't push your belief on God on me. Sunday mornings, fantastic. Do whatever you guys want in here. Like, I don't know what you guys do in here. Whatever you want to do, fantastic. Just don't, force it on my kids or force it on my family out in the public sphere. The public sphere should remain secular because that's neutral ground. How's this sound to you guys? No? Why not? Well, that's what you believe. But I don't believe in that. So like you can believe in that, fantastic, but
You have faith. It takes more faith to believe in nothing than to believe in that creator.
well, it depends what you mean by faith. Like I think the faith, I don't have faith. Faith is blindly stepping into something without any evidence.
You do have blind faith, believing that everything came to be without a creator. We didn't come from nothing.
Well, but that's not what I'm saying either. I don't think we come from nothing. She's saying I have blind faith because I believe that everything came from nothing. Actually, there's a great book out there by this guy, Lawrence Krauss, super smart. He's a physicist, really, really smart guy. And his book, know what the title of his book is? Something from Nothing. And what he posits, I know she's like, no. Like what he posits, and this is like, he's a leading thinker in the field, and what he says is that actually what science is showing is that everything comes from inside a quantum vacuum. And we're actually starting, when you start looking at quantum systems, we see quantum particles popping into and out of existence, out of what we would say is nothing all the time. So all we need is that one boom, and then and then everything through evolution. Yeah. Yeah, but like you say I don't believe that. Like, I think, well, no, you're assuming your position. Like what you're doing is you're coming to the table with the presupposition that God exists, and I don't think there's good evidence for the existence of God. In fact, I think what you're saying is kind of dangerous, to be honest. What you're saying is if I don't believe like you, I have to believe like you, or else I'm going to burn. Yeah, I think that's a dangerous, because you know what, the Muslim says the same thing, the Buddhist says the same thing, and I think it's all, unless it's in, I don't see any evidence at all that that's the case.
Well, there is evidence that Jesus was resurrected. There is evidence
Like
in
what?
the Old Testament where
What's that? Oh gosh. The Bible?
the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea. Scientists have discovered parts of the chariots, bones of the horses, and that is scientific evidence.
Yeah, so you're saying that you base what you believe on in the Bible. Okay, let's talk about your Bible. I give you Jesus existed. I don't doubt that. I think historically speaking, you have to say that. But your Bible has a ton of problems in it, a ton of problems. For example, did you guys know, okay, so how many words are in the New Testament? Yes, it's between 140, depending on your translation, which is a whole nother issue because all we have is translations of translations of translations of translations. But depending on well, I mean, what translation do you read?
So, New American Standard.
What translation is that one there?
Yeah, but each of
What
the
is that?
translations, John, that's
King
not-
James. But
that's not a fair statement.
it is fair. I mean, well, how many translations do you guys? Who here reads the NIV? Who reads NASB?
It doesn't matter, because what you just said is not accurate, because my translation is not a translation of a translation.
Yeah.
My translation was from the Greek and also from the Hebrew and Aramaic, and so just
Right.
because we have lots of translations does not mean they're from a translation.
Okay, so let's talk about your. Okay, let's say one translation, NASB.
That's fine.
What translation is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're feisty. I'm gonna stand across the room as I say this. I see you have. I grew up with a mom who liked to throw her sandals at me. So yeah, I see it coming. I know. My mom's sandals were like boomerangs too. They came back to her. I don't know how it happened. Yes. So okay. So let's talk about we do have to translate it from the Greek and the Hebrew, right? So any given translation, whatever you want, is about 140,000 words in the New Testament, give or take, depending on the translation that you have, which in itself is differences. But anyways, how many errors do you think are in the New Testament?
How would you no, please help me understand. What would you classify as an error?
Anytime that something contradicts what another manuscript says.
So what do you mean by contradiction?
Great. Okay. How did Judas die? Are you sure? That would be odd if you were. I'd be like, you look great. I mean, you look great. Yeah. So if you read Matthew, he died by hanging supposedly. But what's the author of Luke's? I mean, what's the author of Acts say? Does anybody know? It says that he died by falling headlong and his entrails burst out. That's a contradiction.
No, it's not.
You can't die by both.
Yes, you can. It's called a continuation. And so from one point of view, when he was hung,
Christians are so funny. Listen to how guys, you guys do such lengths to explain these things away. Why can't you just be like, oh, we don't know? But instead, we have to be like, oh, we can explain everything through all of these these crazy ad hoc explanations. He either died by hanging, which is what one author says, or he died by falling headlong and his entrails bursting out. You have a fantastic imagination. I get that too. I have an imagination too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that in the text.
so but every single text that you've ever read, like let's say your physicist friend.
Yeah, Lawrence Krauss. I wish he was my friend.
So everything that he said, he's able to explain absolutely everything.
No, that's not my point. That's not my point. My point is he's willing to say, I don't know. Christians, you guys are not willing to say, I don't know. And not only that, but I asked a number of words because there's more than twice as many errors in the text. I know this because, okay, who has a Bible on them? Can I see your Bible? Look at this. It's like I'm doing a magic trick here. Some of you are going to be illuminated by this. So if I go to the Gospel of Mark, ooh, this one has Mark. She's like, Mark? These things actually mess me up. So it's okay, it's Genesis, Exodus, Matthew, Mac. Okay. Go to the last chapter of Mac. You guys are a rough crowd. I'm telling you. So I want you guys to go to the last chapter of Mac. Where is it? It's Mark 16. And I want you guys to see the footnote. It should be the last, starting at verse 9. Your Bible might not have it. You need a new Bible. Yes, I am. So you know, that's good. You're an educated Christian, which is rare. Oh, this is actually better than I thought. Listen to this. There's a whole two huge paragraphs. For verses 16, 9 through 20, the external evidence, I'm actually shocked it's appealing to evidence. The external evidence strongly suggests that these verses were not originally part of Mac's gospel. While the majority of Greek manuscripts contain these verses, the earliest and most reliable do not. A shorter ending also exists, but it's not included in the text. Further, some that include the passage note that it was, oh man, I'm getting old, missing. Oh, this is so scary. You guys are watching me age right before I can't read this. I got to hold it out here. Talk about God not being good. Look, he's taking my eyesight away from me. The fourth century church fathers Eusebius and Jerome noted that almost all Greek manuscripts available to them lack verses 9 through 20. And it keeps going on, and they talk about internal evidences, which is shocking. What Bible is this? Oh, it's a MacArthur Study Bible. Gotcha. Very, very complicated. This feels nice, though. But see, that ending should not be there. Another example of this that you guys all love. Another example of this is your beloved story of the woman at the well. The woman at the well is largely considered to be a later addition, yet it's taught as if it's authoritative and actually belongs there. These mistakes happen all over the place, yet you're trying to base your life on this Bible.
A question that I have is the main focus of Scripture or the Bible is to show us how to live. And so
It's to show you how to live, but you guys don't live according to it.
well, we're supposed to. And I
No, I'm glad you don't live according to it.
listen, I agree with you 100% that we don't. But because there's a difference between there's two different types of passages. So there's historical passages, and then there are teaching passages. So often I find that when I'm talking to people that they take these teaching or these historical passages and say, hey, well, this person had so many wives, or this person murdered this guy, and God ordained it. God didn't ordain it. This is just the historical thing that happened.
Wait, hold on. Because God did ordain some of this awful stuff. And this is why I say I'm glad that Christians don't actually live according to the Bible, because if you did, if you commit adultery, you'd be stoned to death. If you were a woman and wore pants, you'd be stoned to death. If you wore blended fabrics, you'd be stoned to death. I mean, God just wants you to stone. Not only this, but you're supposed good God, right? You're supposed good God. He instructed his people to commit mass genocide. So go into the land and utterly destroy. That's what he says about the Canaanites. Utterly destroy them. He not only utterly destroy them in war, because I know what you guys are going to say, well, that's just battle. Well, no, he said kill all men, women, children, and even their farm animals, their pets. Kill them all. But this is the good God that, that saves us from our sins, saves us from burning in hell. Like, know what? If that's the good God that you guys believe in, I don't know if I want to believe in him. And not only that, but you guys have this idea that somehow he's still good today, but look at the incredible amounts of evil that's all around us. Yeah.
You said that we base our beliefs solely on the Bible, but that's not true because we also base our beliefs on our own experiences with the Lord.
Yeah.
Things that have happened to us and
Yeah. The people who flew planes into these two buildings on 9/11 were doing this based on their own experiences with their own God. If you're basing your life on your personal experience, your personal revelation with God, it's serious. Well, they have their own Bible. And they believe in Jesus just in a different way. They believe in their own God. And this caused them, because of their own experiences, to fly planes in the buildings. This is what happens when you believe in God and you take God seriously. Well, the same thing. Well, they're both just two claims to the same type of God.
So you're saying that all bad things that happen in the world,
I'm saying,
because you're using this reference for these two people,
okay,
these two planes that crashed by two people, right?
yeah,
Killed all these people. But
yeah.
is it God that guided Hitler to commit mass genocide?
He didn't protect the people from mass genocide. Your loving God will totally. Did God not allow that to happen? So if your God is supposedly, is your God all loving? Is your God all powerful? So if he's all loving, he should want to eliminate evil. If he's all powerful, he should be able to. Is there evil?
That's because we have free will.
Correct.
He doesn't force us to love him or to live for him.
Uh-huh.
We have free will, and if we choose evil, then that's on us.
Yeah, but what about when God prescribes the evil, like with the Canaanites? Like, what about when you're a good God? Like my suggestion is, like, I really like this picture here because I think it, like, Jesus, he promised to rid the world of all evil things. Odin promised to get rid of all ice giants. I don't see any ice giants. So why don't you believe in Odin? Because I see plenty of evil people doing evil things. I see a lot of evil people doing evil things in the name of God, whether it be Allah or Jesus, same difference to me. I would argue that the majority of evil that's been orchestrated in human history is done because of somebody's personal belief in some type of God. And as we move away, finally, we start to evolve out of our thinking. We start to evolve out of our thinking and into the I think, the right thinking of secularism. Now, all of a sudden, we see fewer wars, we see fewer atrocities, we see fewer things. Yeah.
Do you need to have a balance with justice? And not only that, but so the claim that you just made about how the majority of the atrocities and murders and so forth have been based on religion, where did you get that information from?
Yeah, so it's called the internet. And no, I'm playing. You're telling me it's dangerous. You guys get your information from an antiquated myth book written by Bronze Age uneducated men.
You call us prejudiced?
No, I didn't call you prejudiced. I mean, that's coming, but not yet. I'm not the one who uses my God to justify slaughtering Canaanites. I'm not the one who uses my God to justify slavery. I'm not the one that uses my God to justify flying planes in the buildings. I'm the one who says we need to evolve past it.
So again, going back to the justice system, so how is it that it's okay to send people to death row? Why is it okay to send people?
I don't think it is.
So what about prison for life?
I don't think it is.
So what should we do?
I think that what we do is, so this is great. So what we do is we place ourselves under a common law, right? So we as a culture, as a society, come together and we agree upon how we want to live. And now you have the opportunity to fall under those laws or not. And so this is a cultural consensus as to what we're going to do for certain crimes that are prescribed to us, right? And if you don't want to live, you can leave. Live here under these laws, you can leave. You can go start your own culture or society. This is actually how morals, by the way, evolved into what we see. Have you guys ever heard of the Hegelian dialectic? Have you guys ever read Hegel? Right? Really smart guy comes before me. I'm not saying I make this stuff up. This is actually proven scientific fact. That's how we evolve. Well, I mean, as close to proof as we can. Better than religion, that's for sure. Instead of going, oh, okay, it must be true. You know, it's like, I haven't seen any proof for the existence of God, an immaterial, non-spatial being that lives outside of here. I'm going to go into the back here, yes. Why are you sorry up front? You haven't said anything yet. Yeah. Hi, I'm John. I'm a Christian. But now I'm an atheist. Yeah. I'm role playing. So she learned a very important lesson. Don't show up late to church. No, you're 100% legit now. I saw other people come in late, and my name's Jon Noyes. I work for Stand to Reason. What we're doing is I'm role playing an atheist right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I'd love to chat with you why I'm wrong. Like, seriously, because I don't think I am wrong. And I think I have good reasons to believe. I don't think anybody here has proven me wrong. Yeah, hi.
Hi, so Christians do believe difficult things, but you're identifying as an atheist. So you're making a belief that there is no God, which is an absolute.
I believe good question. Thank you for asking that, actually, because most people don't ask me that. I'm what you would consider a soft atheist. I'm an atheist-leaning agnostic. I don't know if I would say there's definitely no God. I would say that I've never seen any arguments for God's existence that are convincing. Like, I need to be convinced, and I'm just not.
So then you talk about morals, and you don't agree with the morals in the Bible. You can bring up some scripture that can be difficult, but then where do you, if there is no God, there's no absolute truth, where do you learn morals come from? Because you kind of said,
Social contract.
right, so then they can change.
They do change. We've witnessed it.
But what makes it right or wrong?
Cultural consensus.
So if culture says something, it's okay,
Yes.
but just because the culture says it's okay, then it's good?
Yes.
Like if the culture comes around and says, hey, we just decided as a culture it's bad to be, I'm not trying to offend you, bald. So we're going to kill if you don't.
Bald is beautiful.
All of a sudden here you have this, what they would consider whatever, right?
Sure.
And the culture comes along and says, hey, then you don't meet this standard, we can kill you. That's okay with you? Like you're good with submitting to that?
If the broader culture comes up with that rule, then yes, I would say I'm not okay with that, but I would leave the culture.
You're okay with what Hitler wanted to do with starting with the war because he was trying to do a culture movement through that, right? With what he was doing was to annihilate.
Yeah. No, so I really appreciate that. What's your first name? Michael, I really appreciate this. Yes, I know I'm not okay with that, but this is the beauty of the Hegelian dialectic, where what happens is you come up with a hypothesis as to what's right or wrong, and then you through a synthesis, a process of synthesizing our thoughts with how we're going to live this out, and then there's what we call an antithesis, and we pose opposing views to it and push it into the system and see which one works out for human flourishing and benefit. It's a strictly naturalistic hypothesis as to how we've come to where we have as far as moral values and duties go. And we see this, I think, as evidence. Nazi Germany is a great evidence of this process, where we see a society try to live out a certain ethic, and then it doesn't promote human flourishing, ultimately. And as we throw other information into the process, we realized, okay, well, there's a better way for human flourishing to happen, and it's not. And we've seen it in our own country with slavery.
But then if you're honest with that, then if you track Christianity, it has come to a better society.
Canaanites wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, so but you're starting at a point, and now look at where it's going.
Muslims today wouldn't agree with that. I mean, you're imposing, like, I don't think Christianity is better for society at all. I think Christianity I love what's happened in the culture as Christianity is kind of like retreating a little bit. I think our culture is getting better. It's nowhere more in the form of education. You know, I mean, I think finally we're able to evolve out of teaching our children these myth stories. Like, you know, I mean, and every culture and society goes through this. Hold on. I'm sorry? Well, we don't own black people anymore. No. That's not because of Christianity. That's despite Christianity. In the antebellum South, it was the Christians who justified owning people because they had more melanin in their skin. Where did they get that idea? From the Bible. Not even the Old Testament, the New Testament, where God gives instructions on how to keep slaves. Slaves, obey your masters as well. Oh my gosh. I can't even believe I have to argue this stuff. This is unbelievable.
Before you had money, before any of that existed, you
What's your first name? What's your first name? Ma'am? Oh, I thought she was being funny. Like, you can call me ma'am. Is it Pam? Pam, what you're saying is slavery is not slavery. It's a tautology. It makes no sense.
Now we have money, we have things to purchase with. Before we didn't have those things. We had cattle, we bartered.
Yeah.
Those things, you were indentured to someone.
Uh-huh.
You owed them money.
Uh-huh. If
I don't think if you got something from someone, you owed them anything at all.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I understand that there are two different systems, especially this is true in the Old Testament. This is totally true in the Old Testament. What you're drawing out is fine. There was a difference between the slavery between Jewish people, right, in Jewish culture. So you had Jews who were slaves to Jews, and it's a bad translation. I agree with you. It's more of an indentured servant type thing. Still not great. But then also, there's also instruction in Leviticus, guys. There's instruction in Leviticus that doesn't stay with just Jewish on Jewish slavery. It also goes to, okay, what do you do when you take on, for example, slaves that come out of warfare? So it was totally justified. It was totally justified to take slaves of people when they were conquered people, and that is not indentured servitude. Read the Old Testament, guys. It sounds like I know more about this than you guys.
What's supposed to happen to the women and children if there's no man to take care of them?
Oh, I don't know, but not enslave them. Like, I mean, it's just like, oh, well, how about you follow the ethic of your supposed peaceful God? So follow the supposed ethic of your peaceful God and let them free? I don't understand. Like it was totally this was the cry of Moses. Let my people free, you know. But then okay, so let my people free. We're going to be shackled in slavery on Egypt for close to 1,000 years. And then once we get out, what we're going to do now? We're going to go conquer people groups. And when we conquer those people groups, guess what we're going to do to them? The same exact thing that was done to the Jews. That's the same exact thing. This is actually proof positive of what I'm saying. We learn by experience and we live according to how we're raised in the culture. And the Jews were raised in a certain culture. They learned a certain way of life. They carried that on. Now, did they make changes within their own culture, Jew on Jew? Yes, of course they did. But once you start talking about like leaving the Jew on Jew culture and start talking about conquering other lands because they finally got power, totally different story. And this isn't me, guys. This is the Old Testament. This is through your book. Yeah.
2 points. One, the greatest die-off in human history has not been caused by any religion. It's actually by communism, which is a godless government. And so between Lenin and Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, all these godless
I knew this was going to come up in the South.
believe in no gods, and truly, the interweb says, as I just looked up, that communism killed more people in history than any religion.
I'd argue communism's a religion.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, but it's a religion without God.
Second point is, I agree with you, slavery is a terrible thing, and slavery happened, the odd time in history is not when there was slavery, now's the odd time when there is no slavery, because there was always slavery.
Well, I would argue that there's still slavery today.
So why is there no slavery?
There is. We have more slaves on the planet today than we've ever had. Well, some are black, some are white. We do have slaves.
But it's not acceptable.
Guys, oh my gosh.
It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
But if it's not acceptable, why doesn't your God get rid of it?
Christianity is why there is no slavery.
Yeah, so this is so funny. This is typical Christian. Like the typical Christian. One, you bring up communism, which is really funny. I agree with you. I'm not a communist. I love this country. I vote Republican. I know. An atheist Bostonian who votes Republican, right? Because I believe in Republican values. But I know, crazy. I mean, let that sink in. So maybe there is God. No, it's a miracle. No, but but communism, I think, is a religion because what happens is they go from worshiping an invisible sky daddy to trying to worship another system. Well, there is some hedonism that goes into that, but I'm not against hedonism in and of itself. But I am against forcing systems on people, which is what happens when communism. I think if communism purely lived out, it was actually lived out, I think it'd be good. But I don't think it can be purely lived out. Just like your religion can't be purely lived out. You can't live your religion out. And I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad that both systems can't be lived out because if you tried to live out your ethics in the Bible, we'd be in a very, very, very sorry state. Yeah.
So let's get to you here for the last 3 minutes.
Can I convince you?
What I'm trying to say is, ultimately, you can always counter it with, we've seen it for about 30 minutes. It's a heart issue. So as a Christian, we have to share what God's done in our life, share the hope of Christ, pray for you and hope that would be enough to bring you.
Yeah, my wife prays for me every day. You can talk to your invisible, hey, God, you can talk to, he doesn't ever answer back. Nah, not outside delusions. Those are called the delusions, and it's okay. I'm not saying, guys, you got to understand, I'm not trying to rip these things from you. Like, if you want to believe in this, if you want to believe in your sky daddy, go for it. Daddy, I love you, like whatever. But just don't I find it really interesting when Christians say that to me, because basically what you're saying is that you can't convince me, so I'm not even going to try. Okay, where I'm evidence-based and I'm willing to have a conversation. But not only that, you're saying, well, I'm just going to believe what I'm going to believe and I'm going to try to force that on you and then hope you burn in hell or whatever, or something like that. I just don't get it. Yeah. Hi, Karen.
John,
Yes.
when you first introduced yourself, you talked about your 4 children.
Yes.
You asked us for prayer for your 4 children.
Well, I asked you to pray for me because I have 4 daughters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there has to be a reason why you would ask for prayer.
I was joking. Yeah. I was asking for prayer mainly for me because somebody is always crying in my house, and it's usually me, not understanding what's going on in the world.
But who would I pray to?
Well, I think you could answer that question. When you guys, when you pray, who are you praying to?
Why are you turning this around and throwing it on her? She asked you.
Because it was a joke. I was leading with a joke. I don't actually want you guys to pray for me. You can, but I don't actually care. Atheist makes jokes. Oh my gosh, you guys are brutal. Yeah. Hi.
So when presented, I'm not gonna, can we just, outside of this conversation, can we just add all of the facts that we know about Christianity to this conversation without going into depth? But when presented with the, enormous amount of facts that, back up, Jesus' death and his resurrection, his ministry, and numerous people within and characters within the Bible, whether part of the gospel or outside of it, when presented with those facts and overwhelming facts, I would say, what is your response to that?
Well, I need to be presented with what facts. I think that the Bible there are some truths in the Bible, but I have a lot of difficulty,
I'm talking outside of the Bible.
such as,
Archaeologists have made certain discoveries of, the one of the Pontius Pilate having existed.
sure,
The sulfur within the
Sodom and Gomorrah. Sure.
the resurrection of Jesus.
Yeah.
The
Well, they haven't found, there's no archaeological evidence of the resurrection of Jesus.
I'm saying the testimony.
Josephus wrote history on it.
Yeah, but,
Roman historian wrote about how the sky was dark and then the earth.
right.
So there's both sides of there's a pagan guy that wrote the history.
But the Roman historian didn't say Jesus rose from the dead.
No, but at what point during the day it get dark all of a sudden and then
We experienced one last year.
It's called a cumulative case.
We experienced one last year when the eclipse, did you guys get the eclipse here?
No.
You guys didn't get it at all? It was amazing where I live, and so you went outside and the sky got dark. If you went certain places, if you went into central Texas up into the Panhandle, the sky got completely dark in the middle of the day.
Actually, it was written in history.
I don't know what that means. What's that? No, it would always be dark in California. Now you sound like him. No, California's a beautiful place to live. You guys should come and visit. But my point is that I think you can explain these things without having to propose ad hoc and spurious explanations like, oh, Jesus. Okay, dark sky because of an eclipse.
But that wasn't reported in astrology.
Actually, I think it is. If you guys, this isn't even my argument, this is according to Christians. You read Mike Licona, and Mike Licona is an expert on the resurrection. He says that supposedly, that day that Jesus was supposedly crucified lines up perfectly with a lunar eclipse. Well, he says, because I say supposedly, because I don't think we know the exact date that Jesus was crucified. You know, I think that's a problem within your scriptures too. Some say that he was crucified on the first day of the week, some days, some the last. Well, it's not my belief. I mean, this is we can look back and date these astrological events.
You're saying that you're not sure just because
Because the evidence isn't there. Like this is let's go 51%. That's fine. I'd be willing to go. I mean, reasonable doubt. I believe in Julius Caesar because of the historical evidence.
Sure. And what about Jesus?
I believe in Jesus.
Julius Caesar, all of the historical evidence and things that are written about him.
100%. I mean, I don't believe in all of it, but yeah.
The testimony of Jesus was written, not the testimony, the account of the Gospels of Jesus was written within the first 100 to 150 years after his death, versus like so many historical texts that we take for fact have been
Yeah.
written hundreds of years after.
Somebody's read Evidence That Demands a Verdict. I've read this book too. And the thing is, I don't deny the historical evidence for Jesus, just like I don't deny the historical evidence for Caesar. I'm using a level, I'm a level playing field. But I don't believe certain accounts of Caesar, like that he was miraculously healed of things, and I certainly don't believe that Jesus was resurrected. Why don't?
Legal background, right?
Yes.
So if you were to bring multiple witnesses forward, how many witnesses would you need to confirm something happened?
I don't know. 50?
50?
Yeah.
50? So the court of law takes 50 witnesses.
You're asking me. Now you're doubting my answer. No, I have no idea. It would depend on it would depend on what we're trying to prove. The more, the better. And if they're actual eyewitnesses. And actually, I'll get to you in a second. She's like jumping out of her seat. Yeah. Okay. It would depend on the quality of the witness and what they were saying. It would depend on the reliability of the witness. It would depend on if we could actually show. So eyewitnesses aren't actually fantastically reliable in most cases. We need more than just eyewitness testimony, most cases. And certainly for something as extreme as the resurrection. And that's also assuming you're coming at, I know what you're going to say is like we have the 500 witnesses from Corinthians which is actually not 500 witnesses, by the way. It's one account. Somebody telling you that there were 500. Well, I could sit here and tell you, oh yeah, well 1,000 people believe so and so. That doesn't mean 1,000 people actually saw anything. So, and you're just saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John actually wrote the Gospels. They didn't. Even if they did, Luke is not an eyewitness, and neither is Mark. Right? So neither one of them. So there's 2 of your eyewitnesses gone. So now you have 2 more, and then you include into this all of the errors within their Gospels. All of these errors. I mean, I'm not just talking long ending of Mark, those are big ones, and woman at the well, but all of the other errors that are there. I mean, there are over 400,000 errors. This isn't my view. This is Gary Habermas. Gary Habermas, who is a Christian expert on the resurrection, says that there are 140,000 words in the New Testament. There are over 400,000 errors. So you guys are trusting this. And I understand how textual criticism works, and that's why when I approach somebody like Caesar, I will believe in Caesar just like I will believe in Jesus. I will not believe that Caesar rose from the dead. Why? Because what happens when you ask dead people something? Nothing, because they're dead. No, he didn't, but neither did Jesus. You can't like prove it. The earliest account that you guys say that you have is Mark, and Mark doesn't even include a resurrection account because the ending is long. It was added in. And we now hear what we do is in the text. We have evidence of the evolution of Christian thought. As later Christians copied down Mark, what they did is they inserted the resurrection. And then who did Matthew and Luke use when they were writing their Gospels? They used Mark. So there you go, right there, proof positive, yeah.
I don't want to get too deep right now, but
Uh-oh.
can I just ask you, because we're talking about veridical faiths, keep demanding from us to prove it. I just want you to disprove the evidence of the witness.
Evidence of the witness of, yeah, because,
Post-resurrection visitation. Since you're telling us we have to prove it to you, I'm
sure.
flipping the switch and saying you have to disprove it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think that we have other accounts in history, just like we have similar accounts in history of Jesus doing certain things. And I give you Tacitus and These other Roman historians who testify to the person of Jesus. That's why I believe in the person of Jesus. We also have testimony from historical sources that say that Jesus didn't die on a cross.
What historical sources?
The Quran.
The same one that tells people to murder each other,
Wait a second, time out. So does your Bible.
self-mutilate each other.
So does your Bible.
Yeah, but the difference, well, actually, the difference between that, though, is because if you were to compare,
I love how I mentioned the Quran and everyone here laughed. And so when hold on one second. I just want to point out that when I said Quran, you got that feeling in you. I get the same thing when you guys say the Bible. Same exact thing. Because I think I can argue against your Bible for the same exact reasons. Yeah. Wait, no, you had your hand up. Did you? Okay, I'm sorry.
If you do not believe in the resurrection of Jesus, then where are his bones?
The same place where thousands of crucified victims' bones are.
Never found the body of Jesus.
But they throw crucified. This is a historical fact, guys. Historical fact. They bury crucified victims in mass graves.
They were keeping up with this body pretty good.
Who?
The Roman Empire. It was sealed, not even doors, and it was a tomb.
Yeah, I don't know. I need more. So here's the deal: is like I believe a lot. I believe things that are corroborated in the Bible, historically corroborated, and this is called the corroboration test. This is just good history. The empty tomb, the burial in the tomb, is not corroborated, meaning there's no outside sources. All you have is your biased, independent source, the Bible. One source says that Jesus was buried in the tomb. History shows us that every other crucified victim is thrown into a mass grave. That's where I think Jesus is body. You guys are just asking my opinion on this. Do I know for a fact? No. Why? Because we don't have sources on it. But I'm just looking at history and what they did with crucified victims. They threw them in the mass graves. That's why we haven't found Jesus' bones. Or the disciples stole the body. I mean, who knows? I mean, that's actually what the early Jews said, is they stole the body, right? So that's a possibility. I don't see why it wouldn't be a possibility. I mean, it could be.
so what about, I mean, have you done any studies like how the New Testament came together and like the background of all that, how there's so many copies, people were
Yeah.
copying it back. What about, how do you explain that? And the disciples being willing to, I don't know if you've read about how they were tortured and killed. I mean, how do you explain that? Because that is, do you believe that that actually happened? Because there's history behind all of that as well.
So the number one scholar on the fate of the apostles, his name's Sean McDowell. He's a Christian. He did his PhD work on this, and in his book, The Fate of the Apostles, he actually shows that most of what we believe about the apostles' death is due to tradition, not history. We can have a fair amount of confidence that Paul was beheaded. Outside of that, Stephen stoned. Well, Stephen was stoned for blasphemy, just the same reason that Jesus was crucified. Paul was beheaded for sedition. Well, no, the same reason why anybody else was beheaded in ancient Rome.
All the people, all the martyrs throughout time, what's your explanation for that? That they were just crazy? They were believing in it?
No, it's the same explanation for why these guys did that. Oh, I know. I know. Yeah. I mean, yes and no.
They believed. It didn't matter, but that's different.
It's the same thing, guys. They're martyrs.
No, someone killed the martyrs because of what they believed.
Every
People because of what they
every day on this planet,
completely different.
no, every day on this planet, Muslims are killed because of what they believe. Every day on this planet, Muslims are killed for what they believe, just like Christians. I'm saying, can't we evolve out of this thinking? Yes. Let's get out of this idea that we're ruled. You're next. I promise. Just go easy on me. So, but like we need to evolve past this thinking that we need to be killing somebody because of their belief in God. Like, and yeah.
Thankful you come back to that, because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. I think you are a good person, and you have a high moral standard, at least for when it comes to human beings, right? So you place a high value on human life. I'm trying to understand how you get to that high value. You say it's from you having evolved, and I don't know if I can quite.
I think you're giving me too much credit, but okay.
Because if we think that we've evolved as a society, and let's say we go back 50 years, and we think A is best now, and we want to introduce slavery again. As a society, as a culture, that's what we have deemed as value. I don't think that would sit right with you. I think you would have an issue with that. So I don't think you can just say, well, whatever culture says, and we've evolved to that. So I'm still trying to understand.
Wait, but no, but
There's a God, and I'm just a bunch of atoms or matter, just like this is, or a tree is. Why am I more valuable? Why are you more valuable? Why are the people in that building more valuable
yeah.
than a tree, a building, earth? Where does that come from? I don't know.
Because we are the apex. Because we are the top of the animal kingdom. That's why. Of course we are. Yes, well, I can kill a lion. No. Wait, you said bare hands. Well, I've got weapons because I can think, and because I can think, that's what it's our ability to think and fashion things because we have opposable thumbs. We've evolved this way.
Okay, so you demanded evidence from Christians.
Sure.
So what evidence that we have just evolved from nothing, right? Because that's what you're saying, right? That it's come from, something has to come from nothing.
Well, I'm saying that, I'm saying, yeah, good. This is really good. I appreciate this question a lot. I really do. I am happy with saying I don't know the singularity. Evolution does not seek to explain biogenesis. Biogenesis, first life, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. It's not my field. But there are theories that are posed outside of a God of the gaps type deal. Right, where, Richard Dawkins, you talk to Richard Dawkins, he's a biologist, right, a zoologist by training. He's a really smart guy. Atheist, yes, but he's a really smart guy, especially when it comes to evolution. And he has a chair at Oxford. They don't give chairs at Oxford to idiots. And what he actually says is he believes in what's called spiration, where the first life on Earth happens from an asteroid collision that on that asteroid carried a living cell. Right, and then that cell over time, given enough time, which we're approaching enough time through evolutionary theory, developed into this. There's also, right, great, absolutely. This is a good question. That's the next question. Where'd that, because you're just kicking the can down the road, right? Well, now that's where you get into multiverse theory and quantum physics and quantum mechanics. And these quantum systems are, again, I actually, I forget the quantum physicist that I read. Recently, I read this book on quantum physics, and he starts the book off by saying, if you claim to understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. So I'm open to not knowing the answer to first life.
Well, I think we're jumping the gun. You talk about value for me, and you as we're apex predator. So where does that value stop? Because if I go to an NFL person who is at the prime, and they can throw me down like there's no tomorrow.
Right.
They're valuable because they are the top of the chain, the apex. And let's say for a child who couldn't defend itself, they're not an apex
Yes.
predator. Is the value still the same?
No.
It's not the same.
I think that I think at the end,
What's wrong if a bigger guy comes in here
yeah.
and just wants to pound you?
I mean, I wouldn't like it.
Nothing's wrong with that because he's the apex.
Not in the sense that you think it's wrong. I mean, I think it goes against, yeah, of course it's wrong for me. I don't want to get beat up. But I don't think and it goes against the laws that we've agreed to. If the law shifted, like the example that you brought up earlier, if the law shifted that we can persecute bald people, if that's how, I would advocate against that. Why? Because I'm bald. Hold on one second. Hold on. If that's the way that the law of the land went, if it went that way against advocacy and all these things that I tried to, because I'm looking out for me, because my goal in life is to get my gene pool into the next generation, right? I want to protect myself, self-preservation ultimately. That's how we are. Then I would have the opportunity to either stay in the culture and probably get persecuted or whatever because I'm bald, Or I could go elsewhere where that isn't the case. I have that option outside of the culture. So I don't think it's wrong. Like, so this is, I think that I'm really glad that you brought this up because I don't think it's wrong like you think it's wrong. I don't think it's objectively wrong. No, I don't believe in objective moral values and duties. Not ultimately.
Ultimately, if you say you have the choice to leave, then ultimately you would have no problem with America, the United States becoming ultimately Christian, because you could just leave if you don't agree with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You don't have, but I thought you do have a problem. You said don't put your beliefs on.
Don't force them on me. But if we got to the place in this country, and thank God we're not there, if we got to this place where you had to worship God in order to be that, I mean, I would leave. I would leave. Because I haven't evolved yet. It's that simple. Maybe I would. Luckily, what we're seeing is the opposite happening. We're seeing if religious influences wane because people are evolving in their thinking. And it's the same reason why, like at one point they used to believe, when thunder happened, they thought it was the god Thor, right? And so people used to like pray to Thor for rain and these things to come, or they were scared because Thor is mad. And then we evolve in our thinking where we realize, oh wait, actually we understand weather systems, we understand what happens in the atmosphere when these things happen.
I feel like it's great for you because you're old enough, you have the means that you could leave, but let's just say it's a child, and the child has not evolved yet, or a child's put in a situation where they can't protect themselves, or they can't do this. So you're saying that the child out of what? Because they don't have the value to go to society, and
Yeah.
being that they're
I'm willing to bite that bullet. Yeah, I don't like it, but I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm sorry? Yeah, again, I'm willing to bite this bullet, man. Like, that's totally fine. Yeah, I don't like it, but I can't say it's wrong in an ultimate sense like you do.
How is that better than you pointed with all the difficulties when you read the script?
Because it's not a God that you guys are living by, commanding this size. No, I'm living consistently within my worldview here, and this is the problem: is Christians don't live consistently. Okay, if God, let me ask a question. If God today spoke to you guys, if God today spoke to you guys and said, "Go home and kill bald people," and it was God that said this, who here would go kill bald people?
But it wouldn't be God.
At least I'm trying to be consistent, man. Like, they're not even like trying.
Well, you're missing out on the New Testament because we believe that Jesus is God and Jesus was not the teacher. If you follow the teachings of Jesus, then we're not going to go around and justify killing. We're not going to. So that's inconsistent, I think, with your understanding of Christianity. But I still don't understand, like,
So your God changes. I thought your God was unchanging. Like, I thought your God was unchanging. Yet, so you have an Old Testament ethic and then a New Testament ethic. So if God commands something, you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. And if I'm telling you that God commanded you to go home and kill somebody, you're saying you wouldn't do it. But like, this is God's command. This is what I mean. The system that you guys are trying to live in doesn't make sense. At least I'm trying to be consistent with what I'm saying. With what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Two things. From one ball guy.
You're not quite as bald as me. I'm less valuable than you on his system.
Push our beliefs on you.
Yeah.
I don't believe our way of doing things is push. I believe our way of doing things is to expose. Because that's what Christ did. Mm-hmm. His disciples was to expose culture to his teachings.
Sure.
Christ taught for us to love our neighbors, not do that.
Yeah.
The Quran, from the very beginning, said, you can't change them, kill them.
Yeah.
That's not what Christ said.
Right.
Your neighbor is who you would love yourself.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but my question with this, and this all sounds really, really great. It really does. Well, it sounds really, really great. I just wish I could meet a Christian who actually lived that out. Because
If I try to expose you my beliefs and you turn away, all I can do is at that point is pray.
okay, I would love that, but I see a lot of other reactions from Christians. Yeah.
I can respect where you stand as an atheist. And because if you're able to speak, then that means you have the freedom and I have the freedom, right? So my question is, you said that your values and your morals are based on however society evolves. So people get together and they decide something's good and something's bad. But what about when you meet somebody that's different, that is humble, and they've done something wrong, maybe to you, and they come back to you and they apologize.
Yeah.
Paraphrase what she asked, none of us can hear.
Yeah, so so far where we're at is she said like, so we have the freedom to express our worldviews differently, and thank God, right? And so we can express our worldviews differently, and you're asking what happens when somebody has wronged me and they come and say, I'm sorry, they ask for forgiveness. Yeah, so I mean, character matters to me as far as it's in my system. Yeah, if character, like I'm raising my children to be forgiving people. Why? Because I think that it creates a better society. When I say better, what I mean by that is it promotes human flourishing, which is what we want, because human flourishing is what we're concerned with.
So who dictates that?
Oh, keep going.
Where do you think that?
So this goes back to Hegel and the Hegelian dialectic for me, I think. Yeah, it's really interesting. And so what I believe that the evidence shows that evolution does a decent job of explaining where at least, this is going to drive you nuts, at least the illusion of moral values and duties come from. We evolve because as we seek to preserve our species, there's naturally built into us through evolution the certain illusions of desires.
But with Christianity, we have an example, and his name is Jesus.
Sure.
So who is evolution's example?
I don't think we need an example. Like I'm not this.
I mean, 'cause something
Why do you need an example? Like this, like what?
has to be created.
Yeah.
So it has to evolve.
Well, no. What's your? Like, why do you need an example?
How do you know it's good?
So if yes. I don't know how to answer that. Why?
Isn't there something within you that draws you?
No. Oh my gosh, no. Oh my gosh, she asked if there's something in me that no. There's something in me that's repelling me. Because I don't need to blindly step into things. So I don't need faith to explain the world around me.
Expecting that it's going to hold you, that is faith.
No, that's different. That's based on previous experience and evidence. That is not stepping out, God. Like so, but I can ask you the same questions. Like the why questions are like I just don't need an example. I don't need an example in Jesus. We can take an example from his life, sure, because I think that he was a historical being. But then saying that anybody who doesn't believe in the same example as me is going to burn forever and ever and ever. Well, but that's what Jesus says, right? Jesus says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to me," which is the same thing, because him and the Father are the same. But there's three God. Anyways, whatever. It's too complicated for me to wrap my mind around. But like, so I mean, but so basically, Jesus is saying, believe in me or else.
So have you ever been curious?
About?
Have you ever been curious?
Oh, absolutely.
So have you ever thought, I mean, you're building your character and all these other things, your morals, based on what other people think, and you're just going along with them, and I'm just...
But the same thing can be said for you. You're just taking all that you think about this one person in history, and you're just going along with it. Were you raised Christian? Yeah. So you're just taking your previous experiences, and I'd say that you probably don't have people that you hang out with that are outside of your worldview. You're not getting leaned into, and so you're just like blind. You're just like in faith, stepping out and believing what you want to believe. I mean, the same things can be said. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure.
Oh.
This session. Would you at least be willing to agree that you live by a
I don't like the word faith. I think that my belief is based on more evidence than the Christian position. Because if I thought that the Christian position had as much evidence for my belief, I'd be a Christian. Yeah, in the very back. And then this has to be the last one, and then I have to stop. Uno. I love Uno. Uh-huh. I've been to an Orthodox church, you said? I have been to an Orthodox church, and I've been to an Orthodox after party a number of times. I appreciate the invitation. I'll skip it. But I mean, you're more than welcome to come to my secular meetings as well and embrace our naturalism, and all in the hopes of you not believing the way that you believe. So that'd be great. Yeah. Okay, one more, and then I really have to stop. Self-preservation. Yes. I mean, I think we all believe in that, but yes. Yeah, Darwin. I think when Darwin came on the scene, it changed everything. When he wrote Origin of Species, I think he opened up our understanding of human development and evolution. And then from Darwin, I think we have a great understanding of how the world works because of Darwin. Say that again? I don't know what you mean by in our hearts. Like that term has been thrown around a bunch today. In your brain. Yeah. Yeah. It's typical Christian response.
My answer for why I have thought that I want to self-preserve is based on Ecclesiastes.
I don't at all. Any more than I care about Mithra's writing or Zeus or Spider-Man. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, Mithras predates Jesus, but okay, yeah. Because I don't know how you can put a copycat if it predates it. I mean, Thor predates the Epic of Gilgamesh predates Jesus, but we don't believe in that. I mean, so what's that? It's through textual criticism. The same way that Christians use to show the authenticity of the Bible, we use to show the authenticity of any ancient historical writing. I didn't say better. I'm just saying, like, no, but wait. You said, I know you don't believe in this. And it's like, well, no, I don't believe in it. Because the same reason why you guys don't read Thor and you're not basing your life after Thor. When we have ancient texts that predate the scriptures that testify to these other ancient religions, it's not about that, right? It's about us. It goes back to where I started. It's about when people who are religious, what they do is they subjectively come to an understanding of what's going to work for them, or gives them peace, or speaks to their heart, or whatever it might be. But it's not based on historical evidence, that's for sure. And so if it brings you peace, that's great. If Ecclesiastes, if you want to read this ancient, absolutely, go for it. You can read it. Hundreds and hundreds of versions, by the way, I'm just going to say. Uh-huh.
He has planted eternity in his heart. That's where I get my basis.
Mm-hmm.
But even so, people cannot see the whole scope of God's work from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
We have that in our hearts and our minds, God put it there. That's why we know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's great, but does that mean God put my thoughts in my heart? So I put my thoughts in my heart, but God put yours in yours. Yeah, I just don't have enough. I just don't have enough faith, I guess, to be a Christian. So yeah, I know I appreciate that. Okay, I have to, guys. I really appreciate you guys pushing in, and again, I'm so glad that you let me come to this church. I hope I didn't cause too much trouble, but thank you guys so much for your time. You guys are amazing. Okay.
I know.
It gets hotter and hotter. I know, I actually need more coffee. I'll get some more later. Okay, I'm going to put this is Jesus' team. So from so yeah. You know, I used to have one with a backwards B on it. It was even better. And it was because it was like everything was backwards, and it's getting more and more difficult. Everything I said to you guys is exactly what I would have said to Christians. I have a question for you. Okay. Debrief. What time I'm supposed to be done now?
Okay, and you know what though? We're gonna.
Are we okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry.
How about this?
I'm gonna give you. Well, so we're
I'm so excited.
We're gonna have. Yeah, we're gonna have 15.
I'm not an atheist anymore.
15 minutes to wrap this up.
15 minutes to wrap this up. Okay, so let me start with this. Guys, if there are any questions that caused you, hold on one second. If there are any questions that caused you to stumble or doubt, I'm here all day today and tomorrow. Do not leave here without talking. Okay? Because everything I brought up, there are good answers to. So we can be confident in that. Even if you don't know the answers, we can know that there are good answers and we can find them out together. Okay, with that said, I want to, before we get, hold on one second, hold on. He is a Marine. He's charging the hill. Oh, yeah. Good. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We should find out here. Here's another, right there. That's my main argument against the existence of God. I didn't even get to that yet. Justin Bieber. How could a good God create Justin? No, I'm just kidding. How about this? Okay, this is perfect. Okay, so what I like to do is I'd like to ask you guys a couple questions. The first is how'd you do? And what do I mean by that? Okay, on a scale from 1 to 10, so 1 is over here, and it's like you guys got completely smashed. The atheist won. You guys are like repenting and wanting to be an atheist. Okay? Or over here is like a 10 where you guys completely smashed me, and I am now repenting, wanting to be a Christian. So 1 is like, I completely wrecked you guys. 10 is you feel completely wrecked. How do you guys think you did as far as talking? 9, that's presumptuous. Yeah.
I say 6 because I have evidence for a bit of the argument, not the whole thing.
Sure.
But I just didn't get to it in time.
Got you. Okay, so 6, I think that's fair. What do you guys think? Just talk. Let's just talk. 8, 5, 6. I think 8's a little high. Yeah. 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 So I think that it was probably like in the 5, 6 range. Actually, I'm just being honest. You guys did better than most. I mean, yeah. Well, I said I don't know, or this is where it comes in. Like I just sidestep. Or like when you got me in a corner, I'm just going over here. I'm like, I'm done with you. Okay, we're gonna talk over here. You know, like, can somebody talk to me about feelings instead? Like, because I don't want to talk about the evidence. Like, so when you stick me with the moral arguments, you did really well. And but the next one, okay, so I'd say like a 6-ish, 7. I think that you guys are the ones who spoke up at least are probably above average as far as equipping goes. Like seriously, guys, like you can be very, very proud of that. Now, I want to ask a different question. So that's on the merits, the arguments. How did you guys feel? Yeah, I bugged you. You felt excited? Super rare, absolutely. There's usually 3 different types of people. There's some people in here who are super excited when it was happening. You're like, "Yo, this is so rad. Why can't we do this every weekend?" There's some that were like, "Oh, I'm gonna trust it. I'm gonna," like, you walked in not knowing what was happening. I'm glad you asked a question instead of just sitting back there like, "What pagan did these guys bring in? This is crazy." Okay, and then I have a feeling that a lot of us felt anxious, even if you knew the answers. Who here felt anxious inside? Yeah, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, I feel anxious when I'm doing it. Fired up. Well, obviously. I mean, you're constantly like this, right? So you're one of those rare cases. But even if we feel fired up, we can still feel anxious. Did you not like me at certain points? I'm just asking your honest opinion. Just be honest. We're here to be honest. Did you not like me at certain points?
No, where I was frustrated is I felt like I needed to ask for a question. I didn't fully
Yeah.
understand where you were at, and what you did a really good job was changing and throwing out things, I think, to try to help for us to
100%. Yeah. That's so good. And really, the experiment is not set up to be fair. There's a general principle at play here, guys. The person with the mic always wins. No, I just went to like school. I am one of these rare people that I've always been this way. If there's conflict, I want to be in the middle of it. I love conflict. It's nearly impossible to make me feel awkward. Like, I never get hot under the collar. I love it. And that's how I was as an atheist. That's how I am as a Christian. If I found out that you were a Christian in my previous life, I would have come to you and said, "Hey, can I please take you out to a cup of coffee? And I need to tell you how stupid you are." And I would have these conversations all the time with Christians. All the time. And I can tell you 2 things. One, nobody could ever answer my objections. Ever.
Well, let me ask you something, Lonnie. Is because were you looking for an answer?
I thought I was at the time. And keep in mind, guys, so conversion, we're going to talk about this later in the day when I talk about my story. Conversion to Christianity is not an intellectual pursuit. It is a spiritual thing that happens. Justification happens when the Spirit turns your hard heart of stone into a heart of flesh. But, however, in my story, apologetics played a major role because I was actually looking for answers. And I'll share why later. But I want to get back to this question of how'd you feel? Those of us who felt anxious, why do you think that is? You weren't prepared. Yeah, I think that's true. I think the reason why we feel anxious is for a number of reasons. One is it's really important to us. And that's a good thing. Because I matter. Even as an atheist, why do I matter? Because I'm made in the image of God. I'm created in the image of God. And that means I matter. Not only do I matter, but the things we're talking about, there's nothing that matters more. So I think our angst actually comes from a good place. Because we want the people who disagree with us, who don't believe like us, we want them to believe like us, not because we're talking about the superiority of a belief system or us, we're talking about the superiority of a person, Jesus. Because outside of Jesus, there's no hope. Outside of Jesus, for atheist John, this is the best it's ever going to get. And that's a very sad reality. So I think our anxiousness starts in a good place, but the reason why I think it boils over is because we're not equipped and prepared most of the time to enter into conversations with people. So there's 2 things, and then we'll wrap up, and then we'll take a short break, and then we'll get back into the second session. It's going to be what apologetics is and how to be a good ambassador before we get into some strict training. So the things to take away is, one, is that people are made in the image of God. They're valuable. They're worth our time, and we need to be moving towards them. 2 is if we can get a game plan on how to talk to people, the anxiousness will start to subside. Notice, guys, again, I have to stress that you guys were meant to fail. Like, it's not, if you guys got up here and smashed me, like, I was getting nervous. Because, I was like, oh my gosh, you're going to back me into a corner. I need to get off of this. And then go elsewhere. Because, if you, that'd be incredible, but it's just not normally the case. So we want to make sure that we look at people, image bearers, and then we start to build ourselves up into a game plan, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more today. Now, it's crazy. Sometimes at churches, I was just in a church in Seattle that I go to every year. I've been there since COVID, so this is year 5. They know me. I feel like I'm part of their body. Like when I go up there, it's amazing. They're a great little church, and I have a great time there. And this year, they've had me do this atheist role play on a Wednesday night, and a couple hundred people there. They know me very, very well. And they didn't have a problem at all getting into the experiment. In fact, I was on stage, and you guys actually acted really well, because sometimes people get super heated. At this instance, I was on the stage, and there was a guy here trying to quote Ecclesiastes to me or some other passage in the Bible. And I'm just like, I said, hey, listen, sir, I understand. I just don't care about your Bible. Like, who cares? I kept saying this to him, and he got so mad. He stood up. He goes, John, you're going to hell, like that. And then he walked out of the back doors of the church, and he was dressed in like leathers. Like, this guy was a straight up biker, like, and he was bigger than me. And so I looked at the pastor who was sitting in the front row, and I said, hey, pastor, I'm going to need security when I get out of here. And he looked at me, he smiled, he said, John, that's the head of our security team. And I was like, oh gosh. And like the coolest thing is they all knew who I am, better than you guys know who I am, because we've actually spent years, like time together over the course of multiple years building a relationship. And the best part is that he didn't leave totally. He sat outside on the bench right outside the doors, and he listened to the rest of the presentation, especially the debrief about being made in the image of God and also why we get flustered. And he came back in kind of with his tail between his legs, super humble, and apologized for the way he reacted. And my goal is, my hope is at the end of this day and the end of tomorrow, that when we get pressed into, we'll be able to keep our cool, enter into a proper conversation with an image bearer, and then hopefully not convert them, because we can't convert them, but just give them something to think about. We say it stand to reason, put a stone in somebody's shoe. So there was a hand. Yeah.
Were you an atheist when you married?
No. That's part of my story, yeah. So I met Rihanna when I was an atheist. And yeah, I'll share that a little later this afternoon. Yeah, she wouldn't have married me if I was an atheist. She had no purpose dating me. Like she should. She says I was fun. I like to think it was because I was good looking, but it's not what she says. I was fun, which to her means stupid. Yeah, I was willing to do very stupid things for her. So awesome, guys. Guys, are we done? Okay. If you guys have questions, make sure you ask them, because we can debrief and stuff. One.
Okay, I didn't know if Danielle was if you're visiting our church for the first time, I want to let you know that there's restrooms out here, through these next 2 sets of doors, and down the hallway are restrooms on the left, the boys, left, right, the girls. We're inviting you to come out these doors, through the second set of doors, you'll see a glass door on the right, straight across to the white building over here. There's refreshments available for you, coffee, water, some drinks, and some pastries. You can also access the white building by going out these doors and following the sidewalk around, which is just right over here behind my back. I want to make sure that our visitors knew where we have our refreshments.
We've got a 15-minute break, so please grab some refreshments.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right. I've been told I have till 12:30. So what I'll try to do is get this done in like 45 or 50 minutes, and then we'll do just talk, questions, and I just want to make sure that I'm available to you guys. Oh, thanks so much. Look at that. As if that's going to keep me on track. I have a horrible, horrible habit of going over. So I'm a preacher at Hat, and I don't know how this church is, but I always go over. I mean, like, we're supposed to be, at our church, we're supposed to be 35 minutes. Nah, 45, 50, yeah. So hopefully I won't do that to you guys. I just spent the last, it was 12 days. I was 12 days in Colorado at this place called Summit Ministries, which is so cool. If you guys have teenagers or young adults from age 16 to 23, they're these, it's not camp. It's like a worldview intensive where these students gather. In Colorado, there's one in Georgia as well at Lookout Mountain at Covenant College. And they get 185 students that come for 12 straight days. They sit in 6 hours of lectures every single day, which is nuts. You know, and it was so cool to see because these students, they're really yearning. And I'm seeing a shift happen in the culture where students are no longer, like, I go to college campuses all the time and talk, and even in the last 3 or 4 years, I've noticed a major difference. No longer is there, like atheist John is rare to see now. Now students are asking really important questions. They want to know why you believe, what you believe. They want to know, like, why. Last time I was at I don't know where I was, I forget, Long Beach? I can't remember. But a student actually came up to me and asked, why did Jesus have to die? And I'm like, wow, that's a great question. You know, but the question that I want to ask us is, how do we respond? Are we equipped and ready to respond? So the students are yearning for this stuff. The culture in general is really, I think, making a turn here. I just see it. I think that the left, not just political left, but the ideological left, I think, is exhausting its base. And I think what's happening is we're starting to see a shift, and we as Christians need to learn how to effectively communicate what we believe and why in order to win people for Christ, yes, but also to shape the culture. So in short, what we need to be is ambassadors. And so what I want to talk about for the next, 45 minutes to 2 hours is I want to talk what does it mean to be an ambassador for Christ, and then what is apologetics and the role in apologetics. So we're going to define what apologetics is, but before we do that, I want to talk about what an ambassador is. So I'm going to ask you guys that question. What is an ambassador? What do you guys think? Representative, yeah, of Jesus. Yeah, absolutely. You guys agree with that?
Taken to like biblical ambassador, not like ambassador as a whole.
Even that definition, you are a representation of your country. You are representing that country
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, because you can be an ambassador of any number of things. So, I mean, the formal definition from the Google, which never lies, it's an accredited diplomat sent by a country as its official representative to a foreign country. I can't think of a better definition as a Christian, right? Our home is not here, right? We have a new creation to look forward to, and so we're representatives, right? So 2 Corinthians 5:20, right? Therefore, you are an ambassador of Christ. And I love what Paul says there. He goes on to say that you are to be begging on behalf of Christ to be reconciled to God. Like, so we're beggars, you know, we're beggars sent out on behalf of Jesus, on behalf of God, to represent Jesus to the people around us. Therefore, we are ambassadors of Christ, as though God were making an appeal through us. This is so cool when we think about this. This is God's plan. From the foundations of the earth, God chose you and me to be his representatives. Like, that's like really rad. And there's no plan B, so there's also a little bit of pressure on that, but whatever, God's got this. You know, it's like, but this is a really cool thing that you, as you sit here today, if you're a Christian, you are part of God's plan. You are his representative to represent him into a falling and a dying world, and that means you. Yeah, great. Okay, that's Jesus. I tried to make him look as close to real Jesus as I don't know. He's probably better looking than real Jesus was. I don't know, because he wasn't like, Jesus, the scripture says he wasn't like exceptional in any way by the way he looked. Yeah, maybe. But at least he's not like, you know, white, blue-eyed Jesus. I don't know. But he's a handsome man right there. I wish I had that hair. And people, contrary to what we said last session, people who are bald are just as valuable because I'm made in the image of God. Yeah. So anyways, okay. So what are the qualities? I want to talk to you guys what it means to be a representative of God. What does it mean to be an ambassador of Christ? What are the qualities that, that make an ambassador effective? And at Stand to Reason, we have three. It's knowledge, wisdom, and character. Knowledge, wisdom, and character. Oh, and by the way, at the end of my presentation here, but then in my next presentation, there's going to be a QR code. If you guys scan that with your phone and just give me your email address, I'll send you all of my presentations with all of my notes. So like, and I script, just so you guys know, like everything I say is I mean, I don't read it, but it's scripted at one time. So I'll just send you word for word. So if you're not a note taker, or even if you just want it, like you'll get a PDF with my slides and my notes. So knowledge, wisdom, character. Okay, knowledge is an accurately informed mind. Wisdom is an artful method, how you're actually going to go about doing it, and character I think is quite possibly the most important, Pat. That's oftentimes overlooked. Have you guys ever watched a street preacher? And what they're saying is good, but how they're saying it isn't so good. We want to make sure that we have character. Or have you guys ever had, I don't know if you've had this in the community here, but I was just at a church, a really big church in Texas, that last year their pastor had a moral failing, which is heartbreaking when you have a community of believers, because not only does it wreck the pastor's walk, his family sometimes, it tears the church apart, where it's not the church's fault, but yet this is, and some of us have had to probably deal with that. And it has to come with that third component, character, an attractive manner. How are we representing Jesus matters just as much, if not more, than what we're saying about who Jesus. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, no repeating. Yeah, so knowledge is an accurately informed mind. We're going to get to that. It's going to be right here. Knowledge is an accurately informed mind. So that entails that we need to know two things. We need to know what is true, and we also need to know what is false. When I was, I went to American University in Washington, D.C. I majored in criminal justice, and it was a great school to go to for that, because being in D.C., my professors were like, FBI agents or CIA operative. It's really rad. And I had a professor who was Secret Service. And Secret Service, not only are they charged with protecting the president, but they also do like fraud, which is so cool. So we got to go into the FBI building and go into the lab where they have like all this fake currency, fake tender. And they spend a lot of time teaching the agents not just how to detect a true dollar bill, but how to detect the false dollar bill as well. And the same is true for us, that we need to know what's not only just true, but also what's false and why. So an ambassador has to have some basic knowledge, some minimal understanding about character, about the mind, about the process, and the purposes of not only themselves, but of God. Keep that in mind. We have to know what's true about God in order to, that's why we're doing this, in order to represent him. That entails the two kinds of knowledge that we see on the screen. True knowledge as well as false knowledge. A lot of times it's knowledge of the false stuff that's really going to be effective. For example, if a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon, I love Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons. They don't come to my house anymore. But I really wish they did. I really, really like Jehovah's Witnesses more than Mormons, because Mormons have to be nice, right? Which actually breaks my heart, because do you know why they're being nice to you? Because that's how they're saved. I'm going to go way over time, but this is so much fun. So one time I was talking to my Mormon neighbor. I used to live right next to a Mormon, Chris, and his family. They were incredible, so nice. You cannot out-nice a Mormon. And I was leaving for Germany. I was going to teach apologetics in Germany. I was going to go to Germany, Czech Republic, and Poland. And I was going to be gone for 23 days. And my wife is amazing. And she asks very little of me. She's incredible. She's perfect. This time she asked me to do one thing before I left. Mow the lawn. John, before you leave, mow the lawn. This is in the summer. In California, the grass doesn't grow super quick. It's not like here in the summer, there's like mowing time. For us, you mow it like once a month and you're good. Like really. I mean, it'll get long, but not super long. So my lawn was like above like mid-calf, and she's like, John, just get the lawn mowed. And I was like, okay, babe. Well, I just didn't get to it. It was stressing me out so bad. And I was at a church pastoring at the time, a big church, and on my way home from work, the night before I was supposed to leave at a very early morning flight, I remember thinking, okay, I'm just gonna mow the lawn. I'm gonna have to do it with a flashlight in the dark and annoy my neighbors. I pulled into my driveway and my neighbor had mowed my lawn for me, which is great. So I said, well, I'm not gonna let this Mormon out nice me. So when I got back, I mowed his lawn. But I didn't realize that my lawnmower was set like 2 settings below his. I completely fried his entire lawn. And it never came back the same. It was awful. And he like literally came over, he's like, John, you never have to do anything for me again. You're okay. Like, it's totally fine, But it's important to know, like when you're talking to a Mormon, it's important to know not just what's true about God, but also what their false beliefs are. The knowledge matters. So when they say Jesus, it's important to understand not just what the true Jesus is, but it's important to understand that their view of Jesus isn't our view of Jesus.
They use different words.
And they use different words.
We'll talk about grace.
Yeah.
And salvation, and we'll use the exact same words, and they mean completely different definitions.
They do. So it's important and we're going to get to that. We're going to get that in the next, when we talk about tactics, about asking strategic questions. What do you mean by that when people use words and terms? Like, we want to know, get an accurate understanding of what they actually mean. Because it's important to understand this. This is where the knowledge comes in. If you're going to represent God, you should know who God is, right? You should know him well, which means we need to be spending time. Like, you guys probably don't need to tell because you guys are fairly mature. I can just tell from the atheist conversation, you guys actually take your worldview seriously. Like, you read your Bibles. But like, especially when I'm talking to young men, oh, I can't read. Well, yes, you can. You just don't want to. But God has chosen to reveal himself in a certain way, and he's chosen to reveal himself in a special revelation through the person and work of Jesus Christ, and also through the Bible. So that means we're people of a book. And that means we should be reading that book, not just to become better Christians, but so that we can know who God is. And that's how we, this last session in Colorado, when I was with these students, I had 2 young men on individual occasions come up to me, and this is how the question came. They said, John, I'm an emotional person, so and you'll catch that, I just get emotional because I love God. I love my God. My God saved me. He took me out of the depths of darkness and brought me up into his marvelous light. The Bible says that he gave him who knew no sin to become sin on our behalf. And then he says, why? So that you might become the very righteousness of God. I am standing here as the righteousness of God. Oh my gosh. So anyways, I love God. And the students come up to me and say, I wish I could feel like that. And I say to them, well, you can feel like that. Are you reading your Bible? Well, no. Okay, well, start there. Do you pray? I find it really hard to pray. Okay, I get it, practice. Start doing it, Then I ask questions like, are you watching porn? Are you, all this stuff. And then well, of course you don't feel that way because you have all this stuff in your life that's distracting you, And it's about getting to know who God is. So then, brethren, stand firm and hold to the traditions. That's an important word, traditions, which you were taught, whether by word of mouth or by letter from us. Traditions here in the Greek, it's not merely like an ancient custom, but the Greek word, it refers to a distinct body of knowledge about a specific thing. It's received and then it's faithfully supposed to be followed, which is sometimes lost on us. These aren't just words. I don't have my Bible out, but the Bible aren't just they're not just words on a page, but they're actually the very word of God. So we want to come to know it, and we want to come to know and not only know the truth, but we want to learn to love the truth. I love this quote from Blaise Pascal. Truth is so obscure in these times, and falsehood is so established that unless we love the truth, we cannot know it. So the first part of becoming an ambassador, right, in this knowledge category, knowledge, wisdom, character, in the knowledge category is come to know the truth, but not just know it, fall in love with it. I don't know if you guys have ever had that experience where you're reading the Bible and you're just falling in love. Or it doesn't have to be the Bible, all truth. I love the Narnia stories. Have you guys ever read Lewis's Narnia? If you haven't read the Narnia things, you need to go on Amazon. You need to purchase that. Well, maybe not Amazon because that's Bezos. I don't know. Go to the Christian bookstore or go to the library and get we order Amazon stuff every day, just so you know. It's like really bad. But and read the stories because they engulf you, because what grabs us aren't just the stories, it's that the stories wrap around truth. Like, do you guys remember the scene? I don't know if you guys remember the scene in the last battle. In the last battle, like what happens is the old Narnia is passing away, and he's talking about new creation, Lewis, and the new door is opened up, and as the new door is opened up to the new Narnia, the stars from the sky start to fall, and then they realize that these aren't stars. Lucy, whoever it is that's talking, says that these aren't stars like our stars. They're not balls of gas on fire. They're actually like the previous Narnians that lived, and they're all running towards the doorway, entering into the new creation. And I absolutely love that picture, because entailed in that picture that's wrapped up in all of these creatures running through the doorway, becoming new. And then they run along. They said the unicorn's the one who gets it, right? The unicorn's the one who gets it, and the unicorn stomps its right forehoof and then starts to run. And it says, and he's looking around this new creation. He says the reason, he's like, this is finally, I'm home. And now they understand the longing that they had, because they look around at the world around them and they see that there's bits and pieces of new creation. And we realize that we're actually not meant for this world. We're meant for the next. And then he says he's running, and then everybody runs alongside him, and they're running really fast. And it's amazing. And I love that. And the reason why I love it, and the reason why these things resonate with me, is because it's true. There's a semblance. I mean, I'm not going to be running aside unicorns. Well, I don't know. Maybe there'll be unicorns in heaven. Wouldn't that be rad? That'd be so cool. I doubt it, but like it'd be amazing. Like I would totally run alongside a unicorn. But it's the very fact that things are going to be made new, and that's what we're made for. And when we read these stories and they grab our attention, like Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and these things, it's because there's a semblance of truth in it, and we want to come to know what the truth is. We want to knit the truth to ourselves, not just for our mental assent. Nothing is for our mental assent. We want to knit it to our souls in the hopes it'll matriculate down and out our mouths. And then we start living the truth. So we want to learn to love the truth. But not only love the truth, we want to examine the truth. I love the Christian worldview because I don't have it on the slide, but we're told to examine all things. There's no other worldview that's like that, by the way. Certainly no other religion, but even the naturalistic worldview does not want you to examine all things. Maybe what's in the natural world. What's that? That's right. Start from a naturalistic. Naturalism, just so you guys know, is the philosophy or worldview that everything that exists is the product of a purely physical process. Everything that exists is in the physical world, and that's it. It doesn't describe reality, which we'll get to. But the Bible tells us to examine everything carefully and holding fast to that which is true, which is amazing. So contrary to popular belief sometimes, in the Christian worldview is actually the worldview that's telling you to pursue truth. And God reveals his truth in two ways. He reveals his truth through special revelation and general revelation. God's general revelation is all around us, creation. It's so cool. I was just at the foot of Pikes Peak. That's where I was in Manitou Springs. And every day around noon, thunder showers roll over that peak and down into that valley. And it's like, it feels like it's incredible. Well, you guys get thunder showers here. I saw some thunder and lightning. I heard thunder and saw lightning when I was driving into town when you guys were driving me to the hotel last night. It's incredible. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim his handiwork. Day by day they pour forth speech. Night to night they reveal his knowledge. And that's what God has used to reveal himself to everybody so that they are without excuse, is what Paul goes on to say. But this is God's general revelation, how he's revealed himself, but he's also revealed himself in the person and the work of Jesus Christ and through the Word of God, the Bible, and that's his special revelation. Visions and things like this happen too, but not quite as frequently. Okay, so we want to have a general understanding of who God is and the truth about God. So I have a test for us. That's right, a test. Some of you are nervous already. So how well do we know our Bible? Ooh. Don't worry, your salvation's at stake. Some of us love Jesus. I'm joking. Some of you are like, really? No, Pastor never taught me that. So I have a little game for us, Bible and Bogus. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the screen a Bible verse, and you guys are going to tell me if a supposed Bible verse. You're going to tell me if it's in the Bible or not. Okay? Are we good? All right. Some of you are like, oh man. Okay. Jesus wept. Bible. What's the context? Does anybody know? Pastors excluded. Lazarus, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's in the Bible. It's John 11:35. That's right. Jesus wept. I love this. Shortest verse in the Bible, and it reveals so much about Jesus. Oh, he was moved to compassion. This is the God of the universe. He knew what was going to happen. Not only did he know cosmically what was going to happen, he knew Lazarus was coming out of that grave. He still cried. He wept. Amazing. This is the God that we serve. It's so cool. Just 2 words, and we get so much from Jesus. All right, Jesus leapt. Bogus? Are you sure? Yes. All right, good. Yeah. At first, I was like, wait, maybe not, because remember, you guys want a good pro-life argument. Well, the Bible doesn't talk about abortion. Well, it certainly does. That's right. So if you guys remember zygote Jesus meeting second trimester John the Baptist in the womb, but it's John the Baptist who leapt, not Jesus. I had to look that one up because I wasn't sure, and I wanted to make sure I was telling you guys the truth because truth matters. So yeah, that's bogus. Jesus, that is not. I'm sure he leapt at some points, but not in the Bible, like not in the verses at least. How about this one? There is no God. Bible or bogus? This side's all talkative. You guys are quiet. Yeah. Yeah, there's more to it, right? The fool says in his heart, there is no God. That's right. Yeah, good job. No fools here. All right. He drives like a maniac. Bible or bogus? What do you guys think? This is word for word. He drives like a maniac. Who thinks bogus? Who thinks Bible? It's Bible. That's right. So I always forget where it is. Hold on one second. Is the verse up there? It's 2 Kings. So it's when it's in my notes on the presentation. It's a chariot, and I think it's like Jehoram is going to get assassinated. And look it up. Yeah, look it up. And it says in it it says he drives like a maniac. He's driving a chariot. Yeah, amazing. Not in that translation. Furiously. So some will say furiously, some will say maniac. I don't know what, I think this is NASB, but I'm not sure. Furiously. Yeah, he drives furiously or drives like a maniac. Yeah, context matters. God helps those who help themselves. How many can we just be honest with each other? Let's just be honest. Who has said this before? Thank you. Stop saying this. Because none of us help ourselves. God helps us all the way. Yeah, this is bogus, despite what we've all said. Okay, next. Jesus said, "But these enemies of mine who do not want me to reign over them, bring them here and slay them in my presence." There you go. Luke 19:27, guys. Yes, it is in the scriptures. How about this one? Wine makes life merry, and money is the answer to everything. That is. But it's Ecclesiastes. Yeah, I feel for Solomon because, he was given everything, even God's wisdom. And then he wrote Ecclesiastes as he was surveying, in his old age, as he was surveying a life that he largely squandered on. But it's a great book to read because you get a view of exactly what happens in this world as we seek to live by the world's standards. He had everything. Money, power, sex. He had so many women. Oh my gosh, 800. Ugh. And he had it all according to the world's standards. Yet when he starts his book, how does he start Ecclesiastes? Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. He goes on to say that life is like chasing after the wind. Futile. It's futility. Life is meaningless. And he ends you obey the commandment, you live according to God's standards, that's when you experience true joy and stuff. But in the midst here, he does say that wine makes life merry, and money is the answer to everything. Funny. Okay, how about this one? Jesus said, if the world hates you, it's not my fault. Blame Trump. Those are the very words of God. No, well, you would definitely think that. I mean, you would definitely think that by the way that the culture responds these days. It's actually a little bit unfortunate, and I'm not here to talk on this, but wherever we are politically, I have a feeling I know where most people in this room are politically, but when I go home, it's interesting because my family in the Northeast, outside of Boston, they have now equated Christianity with Republican, which is really an interesting thing that's going on. And anyways, next time somebody does that, it'd be interesting to ask them why they think that. That's what I did with my brother. Well, I mean, that's what the slogan says, evangelicals for Trump, you know? Yeah, but it's just interesting how there's the equation. I'm not sure it's a good thing. I'm wondering what it does to our witness. Well, I know for my family, when I talked to them, the last time I was up north, it was in January, and I hadn't been home in a while, a couple of years. And the first thing my brother says is, "Oh, well, you're president." And I was like, "Well, he's kind of your president too, but we'll skip that." But why do you say my president, Dan? He's like, "Well, because that's the guy that you like." And I'm like, "Well, why do you say that?" "Well, because you're a Christian." And he made that jump. And then I asked him, I mean, that might be true, but then I just asked him, like, why did he equate those two things together? And I'd suggest you guys ask that question to people and listen to what they say. It's very, very interesting. So anyways, either way, this is in the Bible, yes. It's in Second Opinions 3:16. That's personally my favorite book is Second Opinions. I quote it all the time. It's also where you find, that God helps those who help themselves, right? So that's a knowledge of the truth, guys. It's just like, this is just a fun exercise to say, okay, you guys got most of them, but there are some that we didn't. I'm not expecting us to know every single verse of every single line in the Bible, but the Bible is the revealer of truth. So it's important that we spend time in the Word of God in order to understand what is true, but it's also important to understand what is false, the knowledge of error. So here's Paul, and he says, see to it that it's supposed to say, no one takes you captive through philosophy and empty deception, and according to the tradition of men, according to the elementary principles of the world, rather than according to Christ. If anything is opposed or contrary to the knowledge revealed to us in Christ, then it is by definition false. And we can stand on that. If anything is opposed to the knowledge and understanding revealed to us by Christ, then it is by definition false. Christ has never said anything that's false. Never. 2 Corinthians 10, 3 through 5. And I love this. I love all these scriptures because I love the Word of God. For though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that's set up against us and set up against the knowledge of God. I love that because notice who the enemy is here. The enemy aren't people. Our opposition is arguments. Wrong arguments. People are made in the image of God. And people are valuable and amazing. Arguments can be stupid. And we need to set ourselves up against false arguments. So we need to be arguing. We need to know what's false in order to argue against what's false. So it's important for us to remember that people are all equal, made in the image of God. And that means because they're made in the image of God, I'm going to stress this all day because I'm a firm believer. And every night when I pray, or every morning rather, normally my morning's like going off when I'm home. Like my oldest is 15, my youngest is 8. And for some strange reason, my teenagers haven't got the memo that they're supposed to want to sleep in. Like, dude, my 13-year-old gets up at 5:30 to read her Bible, which is insane. I'm not getting up at 5:30 to read my Bible. I'm not getting up at 5:30. And then she does a stretching routine and likes to work out. I'm like, what are you doing, crazy kid? And it's crazy how God does this. And my 15-year-old, she's up at about 7, and my 8-year-old's up at about 5:30 or 6. And my 8-year-old is the one that's a problem. because she comes in my bed and she like jumps on my head. So my house is like going off. People are rustling by the time I get up. I also go to bed really late. I go to bed at like 2 or 3 in the morning because between the hours of like 11 to 3 is real quiet time in my house. So I can actually get work done and like think. And then so my kid comes in after like 3.5 hours of sleep and she's jumping on my head wanting to get up to make pancakes or whatever she wants. So I swing my legs over, I wake up really quickly, and this is normally something like this I pray. I say, Lord God, thank you for the day that you've made special and unique. Thank you for using me in your master plan. Please don't ever give up on me. Continue to, continue to transform me or whatever I say. And then this is key. I say, Lord God, today, would you allow me to see people as you see them? It's a big thing with me. Because there's no sense if we're going to be jerks for Jesus, like, yeah, just be quiet. like, there's enough jerks out there. Doesn't mean we bend on the truth. It doesn't mean we don't represent the truth. But we want to put the proper perspective on that the people that we're talking to are worthy. They're valuable. And their ideas might be stupid. And they're confused. Oh, that's the point. They don't know anybody. The Bible says that they're lost. The Bible says that they're blind. Right? So when we come to know the truth is, oftentimes, I don't know if this is your story, but it was mine. I'm in, like I'm all in. And when I became a Christian, like I was all in right away. And I'm talking to Jesus, like I'm talking about Jesus to everybody I could. Captive or not, I'm talking about Jesus. And it wasn't always the best thing because I always expected people to see what I saw. But people are blind. And it's like this, like if you see a blind guy wandering around the streets of town, he's bumping into things, he's got his blind staff out, and he's bumping into stuff, knocking stuff over. Are you going to go over to him and yell at him, like, hey, what are you doing, blind man? Why can't you see? No, you're going to walk over to him, and hopefully you're going to help him. You're going to say, hey, I've noticed you're having some trouble. Do you want to maybe tell me where you're trying to get? Maybe I can help you. Do you want to take my arm? And it's the same way when we have conversations, when we have this amazing truth of error and of what's true, right? Of what's right. And we have this amazing truth, well, we want to put on the proper perspective of who people are that we're talking to, made in the image of God and they're blind. And we want to help them. That's our goal. We want to help them because they're worthy of respect. Their ideas, not always. We don't have to respect ideas. There are bad ideas. But we should be a respecter of all people because people are amazing. So how do we deal with false ideas? This matters. The first thing is when we encounter them, we don't want to ignore them. We don't ridicule them. We don't make fun of them. We don't give a rationale for them. We don't try to justify them or explain them away. Those things that I just mentioned lead to what's called isolation. And it's the reason we say that we want to inoculate, not isolate. And this is especially true of us parents in the room, or grandparents, especially grandparents. Who here's a grandparent? Oh, you guys play an amazing role in your grandkids' lives. We don't have grandparents really. My parents are on the East Coast. Rihanna's parents don't live near us either. So it's like, and actually neither of them are really Christian. So anyways, you guys as Christian grandparents have a great opportunity to speak into your grandkids' lives. And us as parents, we have a great responsibility as youth pastors, right? We want to inoculate, not isolate. When we ridicule or dismiss false ideas, or when we just try to explain them away through just like a out of context Bible verse, what it is basically ridiculing. It's basically it's dismissing the view, leading to an isolation of the view. We want to actually explore even false views, because it's like this. When my kids were little, I took them to the doctor to get a shot, right? They got, I'm not trying to get political here, but they got a vaccine for chickenpox, specifically. We didn't do all the vaccines, but chickenpox. We got the chickenpox vaccine, and we're exposing my kids to something that's potentially harmful, but a little dose of it, in order that they didn't fall into the bigger thing, full-blown chickenpox. The same thing is true of ideas. What we want to do with our kids, instead of isolating, keeping these ideas from them, we want to expose them in healthy ways to false ideas. Things like evolution, for example. Like we want to be teaching our children about evolution, according to the evolutionists. Not because it's true, but because they will be faced with those ideas eventually. Whether it be in middle school, high school, college, the military, wherever it might be, they're gonna. So what we want to do in the context of our safe environments, in the context of our churches and our Christian schools, homeschool, whatever it might be, even in our homes, we want to explore. We want to, instead of isolating these ideas, our children from these ideas, we want to inoculate them. We want to give them a little bit, a dose of the even the false ideas. Tell them about the false ideas, and give the reasons why the actual reasons why people believe them, but then also teach them why those ideas are false. Does that make sense to you guys? Oh, yeah. So this is all in the knowledge category, So that's knowledge. Let's talk about wisdom here as we're going through here. So wisdom is the artful method. So knowledge has to be developed in a skillful way. There's an element of wisdom, a tactical or I guess an artful kind of diplomacy that makes any type of message persuasive. Again, it goes back to that. I remember when I was first saved, maybe I knew Christ for 2 years because I was married for a year. It was our first year anniversary, and my wife and I, we took a trip from where we live in Southern California, drove up to San Francisco. And we were in San Francisco right around Christmas time. It was November, late November, and the Christmas tree lighting was happening. So our hotel parking lot was blocked off. We were right downtown. And there were a bunch of Christians on the side of the street protesting against same-sex marriage, which I understand, which is good, because biblical marriage is one man, one wife, one flesh, for one life. However, the way that these people were protesting didn't sit well with me. They were holding big, huge signs with flames on them that says God hates, and then the F word for gay people. You guys have probably heard of these people that do this, Westboro Baptists, things like this. What they're saying, there's a semblance of truth. What they're against, I'm against. Like what they're for, I'm for traditional biblical marriage. It was right around the time of Prop 8 in California. It was known as Prop 8, where they were trying to define marriage as one, according to biblical standards, which passed, by the way, and then a judge overruled it. Anyways, that's another story. But how we say stuff matters. And this is where wisdom comes in. We want to be artful and tactical in the way that we say what's true. Because we can say stuff that's true all day long, and if it's not done winsomely, it's going to fall on deaf ears. And that's what, Paul says this, right? If you don't have love, you sound like a clanging gong, a noisy cymbal. So we want to make sure that we have truth, but also a love. And so there's certain tactics that we can use, conversational tactics, and we're going to go through a bunch of them later today. But the biggest one that I do is ask questions. So when you get to know who God is, that means you know who you're representing as an ambassador, right? That's the knowledge part of it. You know what not to, what's not true, and also what's true. Now, as you're seeking to represent Him out there in the world, we want to be asking lots and lots of questions of people, and that's the most powerful ally. We're going to dig into that as we go through the Columbo tactic later. But we also want to be an active listener, and this actually flows naturally from a proper understanding of people. When we put on the image of God stuff, it becomes easier for us to listen to people because they're worth listening to. Because people are incredible. Even the people even people we vehemently disagree with, they're incredible. Like, I love talking to people. And I'll offer this, and I'll probably say it again today. If you're not genuinely interested in what somebody says, is saying, that's okay, but just don't talk to them. You don't have to have the conversation. You can just be like, oh, that's really interesting. Thanks for your time, and walk away. So if you're not genuinely interested, maybe it's just not your day. Or maybe you really just have a problem with the person. I get that. That's totally acceptable. My cousin Billy is the only person I've ever blocked on social media. The only person ever. And it's because of the way he speaks and what he says. It's vile, it's disgusting. So I've separated ways, and that's okay, right? Jesus says, dust your sandals off, or don't throw your pearls before swine. It's okay not to have conversations with people, but if you're going to have a conversation, we don't put up with people. We shouldn't. Be genuinely interested in them. Be an active listener, and truly be interested in the other person. Another thing that we can do in order to have an artful method and to have wisdom in our representation of Christ is to make our message clear. So we want to present the truth in unambiguous ways. And part of that is how we say what we say. We want to use terms that people understand, that are intelligible. to the people that we're talking to. It's like this. When I'm teaching my kids, this is something I struggle with, guys. Yesterday on the way to the airport in Colorado, my kids in the car, we left Summit Ministries at 2:30 in the morning yesterday to get Denver by 6 a.m. And it's like, I'm not operating all cylinders at 2:30 in the morning, guys. And my kids are in the back and they're firing out questions. And one of the questions that my daughter asked, I thought was a great question. I've never really thought about it, a little bit, but not a lot. She says, Daddy, where is the Garden of Eden today? I'm like, oh man, that's really interesting. I'm going into the recesses of my, seminary. And I'm like, I know I read this somewhere. I know that the Bible mentions the Nile. And I think the Euphrates, is it the Euphrates? In the Euphrates, in the context of the garden. And then there's two other rivers that we don't know their names anymore. The names I can't remember off the top of my head. So it's somewhere. And so anyways, it was a great conversation. And then halfway through the conversation, I realized that I'm speaking to me, not to my kids. Because my kids, I'm using words that my kids are like, I have no idea what you're saying, Dad. And sometimes as Christians, we fall into that. Do you guys use Christianese? Have you ever wondered what that sounds like to a non-Christian as we start to talk? And I have a good example of this. There's a video I just want us to watch real quick, and it's fun.
As a Christian, I understand that I've been taught a specific set of terminology that is not understandable. I'm going to bring some of these terms to my friends here and see if they know if they can guess what we're talking about. What do you do if you're giving a love offering?
Sex, it's sex.
Sounds like
It can be what I initially think.
Yeah.
Open your arms to someone.
The answer we've come up with is the sign of peace, either a hug or a handshake, something.
Wrong.
Damn it.
The answer is actually when someone comes to your church as an evangelist or a preacher and you can't pay them, so you pass around the bucket and you give them a love offering of money.
So money equals love.
What is the 1040 window?
Oh, that's when everybody shows up.
10-1 is going to pee, 10-2 is going to poop.
What?
I went to Catholic school growing up, and they used to have you called it the coat putting on song. Where it's the last song of church. Everyone's putting on their coats.
1040 is the window before church begins, wherein you can either socialize, get a few minutes in with the reverend, priest, preacher.
That is incorrect. Is actually the latitude and longitude of the most unreached people groups in the world. So if somebody says they're a missionary, I'm in the 1040 window.
Whoa, that's deep.
It's like some soldier right there.
That's pretty crazy.
What is happening when someone is being washed in the blood?
It's horrifying. Does the water represent blood in a baptism?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
When you're drunk on wine.
Yeah, maybe absolved of.
I don't know. Washed in the blood, that's totally contradictory. I mean, you can't wash something in blood.
Baptism.
Kind of.
We got kind of.
Washed clean, washed in the blood, because his sacrifice he made for us, it makes us clean. If you look at someone and you're not seeing the fruit, what is happening?
Whoa. Okay.
They have clothes on.
Oh.
You can't see their nuts.
Fruit of the loins? No, fruit of the loins.
Fruit of the
loins is your
womb.
children. Why? Why wouldn't you see a fruit?
Or maybe they don't have enough fruit.
Fruit, yeah.
Then they're a bad egg.
Yeah.
They have no God in them.
Fruit of the Spirit in Galatians is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. So if you claim to be a Christian and you're murdering someone,
You ain't got no fruit.
right? Is that right?
You guys get it, right? Yeah, it's good. I mean, do you ever think about this when we're talking to people? Because I don't know about you guys, but much to my, not chagrin, but when I worked at the law firm, I really loved it because I was the only Christian in my law firm office. I was representing Jesus. I had an exceptional career with exceptional people, and also the law firm was very, willing to put up with my evangelism. I mean, I was straight up proselytizing in the office, but the thing is, I was able to do that because I was also the hardest worker there, because that's what Jesus tells us to be, right? Whatever we do, whether we eat or drink, do unto the glory of God. So I did everything under the glory of God as the best as I could, and so they recognized that, and they loved me, so they put up with my evangelizing. But since then, so most of the people I hung around with all day were non-Christians, and then I left the law firm to become a pastor, and all of a sudden now I'm all around Christians all day, and Christians drive me crazy. You guys drive me nuts. But we come to speak in certain ways. So certain terminology that we use is expected with Christians. When I say that you've washed in the blood, you know exactly what's happening. But when you say it to somebody who's a non-believer, that sounds absolutely disgusting. It's like, what are you talking about? I remember my first time ever going to church, ever. I met Rihanna, and she brought me to church, and I got saved in a charismatic church. So when you walk in, at first everything's cool because it's like a concert, right? It's rock music and a big band, and I was at Studio City, so these people had a lot of talent. And it was like great singing, and I'm listening to the words. I'm like, are they singing about blood? Are they singing about sex? This is weird. You people are strange. Not only I thought you were stupid, but you're strange, like straight up. Because like when we're talking to people, we want to make sure that we're meeting them where they're at, as far as their language goes. So this is part of putting on wisdom, a tactful, an attractive manner in order to communicate what's true. We want to make it clear, and we want to get rid of as many obstacles to the gospel as we possibly can. We also, part of wisdom is we don't want to spread misconceptions about who Jesus is. Like if you believe in him, your life's going to be perfect. But sometimes as Christians, we can fall into that, right? I mean, let's just be real with each other. It used to be, okay, so walking in the church, you ask your pastor on his way in the church, how you doing? He's going to be blessed. Blessed. Meanwhile, he just got in a drop-dead, drag-out fight with his wife on the way to church because he's wearing the shirt that she didn't want him to wear. And not only that, but he just got called that his daughter or whoever's sick. And not only that, but the stresses of life. And I came to this realization when I became a pastor, because as a pastor, I had to be perfect. I had to come in on Sunday. There was literally Mother's Day morning. I woke up and I went up super early, and I bought my wife a bicycle. Guys, don't ever buy your wife a bicycle. No. I thought I had these visions of, oh, no, we'll ride bikes together as a family. It's going to be really fun, outdoor activity. I bought her the bicycle. I snuck it into the house, and I bought her, actually what set her off wasn't necessarily a bicycle, it was the helmet that I got her. Because I got her a $160 helmet, but I was in a rush. I just grabbed the helmet. I didn't care what the cost was because whatever, we can return it or whatever. And she saw the price tag and she flipped out. She flipped out on me 15 minutes before I had to be at church on Mother's Day morning. And if you guys don't know church, Mother's Day is the #1 attended church day of the year, other than maybe Easter and Christmas. So it's a big deal. And meanwhile, I have Rihanna yelling at me because I'm a dope, because I wasn't paying attention to what she actually wanted that morning. And I'm thinking there, and she's yelling at me as I'm leaving the service. And I show up at church, and I have to preach to 2,000 people. And people are like, hey, John, how you doing? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'll say, you know what? This is what I said. You should see it. I said, you know what? I'm so glad that you asked me this. I can really use some prayer. Because I just got in a huge fight with my wife. My kids, they're being absolutely ridiculous right now. Joelle, she has a fever of 102, and she puked all over the kitchen floor. And I had to leave with puke on the kitchen floor while my wife is screaming at me. I slammed the garage door behind me, which I never did, probably broke a picture on the wall. And now I have to get up here for all of you and pretend it's okay. And the person stepped back and was like, what happened to blessed? You know what I mean? But as Christians, what we do is sometimes we portray ourselves to non-believers because it's a good motive, but it's just not true. As if life's going to be perfect. Well, that's just not true, because Jesus said it's not. In this world, you'll have what? Tribulation. But fear not, I've overcome the world. You can, certainly. Things get better in an ultimate sense, but not easier. They get better because you're living according to reality and truth, but it doesn't get easier. And we want to make sure we represent that. So when you're praying with somebody, you're talking to somebody, hey, come to Christ because it's because it's going to make you happy. Maybe not. I liked my sin. Can I just say that? It's easy. It was fun. For a time. It felt good. Sin feels good. That's kind of the power. It's kind of the power for a time. So it's best that when part of being wise and portraying wisdom as an ambassador of Christ is not portraying Jesus falsely. Okay, let's fly through here. Character is going to be the next component. a mature expression of virtue, warmth, and personal depth. And we want to avoid two things. First is being too nice, and of course the second is don't care about people. Because an ambassador, we bring ourselves, this sounds intuitive, but we bring ourselves along in everything we do. So like you can't, like what I'm saying is like you can't leave that, like you can't have this hidden part of yourself and then go do missions. Like you don't leave your nasty self here and then preach in the pulpit. You don't leave the stuff you want hidden or stay away from public eye and then go out and evangelize. I mean, we try to do that and it's disastrous. So that's why character is so important, especially over the long haul. I got saved, I'm gonna mention it. A pastor gave me a book on Christian apologetics by this guy, Ravi Zacharias. Ravi Zacharias, we're talking tens, if not hundreds of hours memorizing Ravi Zacharias' talks. If you don't know who he is, don't bother. He played a central role in my walk with Jesus, and then it came out after he died that he was just not the man that people thought he was.
Yeah, but he can still speak the truth. The Apostle Paul tells
He can, but that witness hurts.
It does.
And that's why character in our lives matter. Right? So character is how we act when nobody's looking. And we want to make sure that we have good character. It's just as important as knowing the truth.
Well, as an ambassador, you're defaming the name of Christ.
You can't, absolutely, with how you live, and it leaves a horrible taste in people's mouths. That's like when I brought up the not necessarily today, but even in the real world when I was an atheist, and I used to bring up how Christians were hypocritical. It's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, so are atheists. So are Muslims and Buddhists and Mormons. Like, people in general are hypocritical. And notice that being a hypocrite does nothing to say anything about whether or not a system of belief is true. But it's still, like, as Christians, we want to remove obstacles to the gospel, and one of them is through our character, through how we live and our witness that way is just as important in instances. Now, I'm not saying, like, there's that saying, St. Francis of Assisi's credit, I don't think he actually said this, but preach the gospel and use words if necessary. I don't trust that. Like, no, that's not true. Like, you have to use words. But I understand the principle behind that saying is that people look to your life just as much as they're going to listen to your words. Maybe even more looking to your life, and then they're going to listen to you. So we want to keep that. We want to have character. What did I read that? Let's skip it. We're running out of time. We want to have character in conversation. And there's ways that we can have these are three powerful phrases that if we get down, we like to extend character to people, charitable demeanor when we're talking to people, that tear down fences and walls. And one of them is just admitting, you know what, I can be wrong. I do this all the time. I lead sometimes with this. Hey, listen, you know what, I could be wrong about this, but here's why I think I'm not. All of a sudden you're open. As opposed to me just saying, this is why you're wrong, or this is what I believe. Well, you know what, I might be wrong, because I actually truly believe that. Like Christianity, guys, Christianity could be wrong. I'm open to that. I don't think it is, but I'm open to it. Now let's talk about it. And we just tear down barriers when we say that. Or when you're listening to somebody, part of being an active listener, which is in that last part, right, in wisdom, is it's also, we want to make sure that we say things like, you know what, I actually understand your concern here. I hear you. I recognize you. I sympathize with you. Breaks down barriers. It's part of a person with good character exemplifies these things, meeting people where they're at, or recognizing good points. I did it with you earlier when you were like, "Hey, that's a good question. That's a good thing." Like even in my atheist role play, I was trying to, and it tears things down and it shows basically this guy's actually open to talking. Like these are just great phrases that if we could get. When we disagree with somebody, you could say other things like this. I wouldn't categorize it that way. I wouldn't say it like that. Let me suggest an alternative. These are just suggestions in talking to people, like how you can disagree with somebody with good character.
Yeah, because me too, I feel the same way, because if you're a Christian and you're all the way in, you're not gonna say, I could be wrong, because I wouldn't say I could be wrong. I mean, I could be wrong about a lot of things, but not about Jesus.
Yeah. I think, like, okay, so let me just ask you, let me put it this way. If I could show you the bones of Jesus, without a doubt, these are the bones of Jesus, would you still believe in Jesus? That's interesting. I don't know, who agrees with that? Well, it is spiritual.
I mean, I don't know, I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
I guess that I don't know.
I think that you should wrestle with this. This is a good question, yeah.
Well, but let me,
I would certainly struggle.
okay, guys,
It's okay.
This is a question to ask yourself. So, I think about a situation where I'm talking to someone who doesn't believe. You know what happens? If you don't expect them to be open to being wrong, why should you be speaking to them? You need to be willing to be wrong if you expect them to be willing to be wrong. It's both ways. And that's fine.
I like that.
From a,
Well, hold on. Let's not get lost on this point here. I understand. I totally understand where you're at. Or you could just not say that. That's fine if that's not what you want to lead with. I understand this. I understand where you're coming from 100%. And I want to say this. I don't think I'm wrong. And just because I'm open to being wrong doesn't mean I think I'm wrong. It's like anything else. And it's kind of, yeah, it's like, just think real briefly, and then we're going to move on, but think real briefly what Danielle just said. We're expecting other people to be at least open to the idea that they're wrong. And they hold their beliefs just as passionately as you do. And they think they have just as much, if not better, evidence than you do. Yet we want them to reconsider. I have absolutely no problem, and I don't think it's an offense to God or does anything to my witness at all, that I will listen to you all you want to tell me why you think that the Bible is historically unreliable. I don't think it is. Every time anybody's brought anything up to me, I've been either able to answer the objection or find the answer to the objection, and now I can answer the objection. But I'm open to listening to somebody about it. You can say it all you want, and if somebody were to, there's a great book out there, it's fictional, but it's called Skeleton in God's Closet, and it's like an Indiana Jones type story for Christians, and the premise behind the story is they find the bones of Jesus. And it's such a good story. It's really interesting how the author uses his imagination to kind of predict what would happen is if they actually found the bones of Jesus. And anyways, just read the book, and it's fun to think about. And so anyways, like when you're talking to somebody, starting a conversation or when you're trying to prove a point, notice in the context here, is it on the slide still or no? Oh yeah, right there. Notice what's happening here is you're addressing somebody's claim. I can't believe in the Bible because of evolution. I'm now going to respond to that by saying this. You know, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think evolution has really anything to do with whether or not you can believe in God. And you see what happens is you open up the door to conversation, somebody who disagrees with you, you're coming in with an open mind and saying, now I'm going to talk to you about why I think, like we're going to move, well, me personally, I'm going to move on beyond evolution, and I'm going to deal with that after they get saved. But I'm going to talk to them now, okay, well here's why, because this is an evolutionary theory. I think we can talk about the veracity and the trustworthiness of Scripture. And I don't think evolution in and of itself contradicts whether or not we can trust the Bible. So I'm going to start with, I could be wrong. I'm open to that.
You just say the Bible says.
Yeah, it's not that simple anymore. Well, but we have reasons behind that. You know, we have reasons behind that. And what we just saw also is we don't always know what the Bible says, to be honest with you. Sometimes we don't have a complete, and so entering with a posture of humility and saying, you know what, I could be wrong about this, but I think Jesus claims to be the only way. And then you have a conversation, yeah.
What I would probably
That's another fantastic. And keep in mind, guys, these are just suggestions. You don't like I could be wrong?
Don't use it.
Please don't use it.
I know.
Like ever. I know you're not going to. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think you'll use that. But you see what I mean? Okay. Do you love me? Yeah, you have to love me. Ha ha! Because I'm made in the image of God. Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Your spirit tells you to.
That's right.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Yeah, are we good? Are you guys good on this? These are suggestion, guys. These are things that I use from my personal experience. And these are things I find that work. It's not going to fit. Just like, guys, trust me, you would not probably put yourself in a lot of the situations that I love to put myself in. My idea of a good time is going out on Santa Monica Pier and finding the weirdest looking homeless person and going and having a conversation with them. Yeah. Me too. Me too. I love them. I love them. But that's not for everybody. Some people think we're crazy, which is cool. You could be wrong because you're a flawed being. Yeah. That's a really good way. She said, you say, like, listen, I could be wrong because we're flawed beings. Jesus is not flawed. I'm not saying Jesus could be wrong. That's a really good, I have to write that down. I'll write it down. Remind me of that later because I'll add that to my notes. Yeah. Jesus. You should write a book. Thank you. Thank you. That's incredible. You are incredible. That is exactly right. Like oftentimes, as Christians, oftentimes we are so wanting to give an answer that sometimes we might make some stuff up, or we might just go on what we saw on a TikTok reel or read in Wikipedia or through Google without actually fact checking. A true story on this is with the veracity of Scripture, right? Like for the longest time, me and all my apologist colleagues, we would quote specific numbers about manuscripts, number of manuscripts that we have, and most of us were basing it on good resources at the time. Josh McDowell and his son wrote The Evidence Demands a Verdict. Well, there's a reason why they came up with an updated version. The reason why they came up with it, one of the reasons why, is because they had to update those numbers, because for a long time what happened is we were saying these numbers without actually understanding that the way that we catalog biblical manuscripts is different than the way that we catalog, for example, ancient Greek manuscripts like the Iliad and the Odyssey. So you're not comparing apples to apples. And as Christians, we always want to make sure that what we're saying is actually true. We don't want to overstate our case, and that's important.
with like working like with young students and being in youth for so long with Brother Kurt, I mean, you don't want to give someone false hope that they're going to heaven if they really don't understand what is being said.
100%.
So not only is it beautiful, but it's a huge responsibility.
It's a weight. Yeah.
You don't want to give some teenage child, this hope that they're going to go to heaven one day when they didn't really get it and understand what you were trying to say to them.
I'm really good friends with this guy, Nick Vujicic. He has no arms and legs. He's one of the world's top evangelists. I'm on his board of directors. Yeah, he does amazing work. And for a time, I used to lead his evangelistic outreach campaigns. He was at an event, and he said, Nick's crazy. Like, he says crazy things. And he said, God is like that cost? He's like, I don't know, like $200,000 at least. And she wrote him a check for $200,000. And it doesn't hold 45,000 people, but it holds 4,500. And he got a tent made for like old school tent revival stuff. So I used to lead these things for him, setting it up in different places around the country. And one of the things that was most troubling for me is when Nick preaches, every single time he preaches, 10% come forward. If he speaks to 100, 10 people at least come forward. It's like, it's so crazy. And it's like this at a lot of, like, Billy Graham was like this too. If he speaks to 4,400 are coming forward that night. And the thing that weighed heavy on my soul is what happens to those people after they come forward. You know, so what I always tried to do is I tried to partner with as many local churches as I could and had them host a night and say, hey, if you host this night, we're guaranteed to have 500 people. That's 50 new believers that you could welcome into your church and take the responsibility of discipling, because it's a weighty thing, right? Being an ambassador carries with it a responsibility. And that's part of it. And that's why character matters. That's why knowledge matters. That's why wisdom matters. These things matter because we're not just talking about casual conversations. We are actual, this is the nature of reality. We are actually God's ambassadors. We are his tools. God uses us to build his kingdom here. So that's why these things matter. And now part of being an ambassador is knowing apologetics. And I'm so glad that this church, and I've got 13 minutes to do this. We'll see. I'm so glad that you guys, your pastor here is incredible, that he would open himself up to apologetics. Sounds like he's been in apologetics for a long time, because this is not the norm for a church. Because apologetics in some churches is like a 4-letter word. It's just because a lot of times people don't know what apologetics is. Now, apologetics is just a fancy term that means to give a defense. And if you're an apologist, you are just a defender of something. In this case, we are Christian. I'm a Christian apologist. That means my job, it's the best job in the world, is I travel around the world and I give a defense for the Christian worldview. And what's that? And I'm not wrong, but I could be. No. And this is where we get it. This is where we are not going to agree on this issue. I'm just letting you know. This is where we get this. And I love this verse, 1 Peter 3:15. Right? This is the favorite. This is the famous apologetics verse. Now, I want to start in verse 13 when I read this, because the context here matters. Who is there to harm you if you prove zealous for what's good? But even if you should suffer for the sake of righteousness, you're blessed. And do not fear their intimidation, and do not be troubled, but sanctify Christ as Lord in your heart, always being ready to make a defense. Make a defense in the Greek there is apologia. That's where we get the word apologetics, to make a defense to everyone who asks you to give an account for the hope that's in you, yet with gentleness and reverence. Notice something about the context here. As we put on these characteristics of a good ambassador, knowledge, wisdom, and character, what's happening here in this context is the onlooking world is looking into the church, and that is providing a witness for them to come to you to ask questions. The context of this verse is not a going out. What's happening here in this verse is as you sanctify Christ as Lord in your heart, and you're going through trials and tribulations, the world around us sees that. They see the persecution. And think about when this is written, right? Paul is writing this to Peter to encourage him to withstand an incredible amount of trials and true persecution. I mean, death sentences. And he's saying that when everyone who asks you, he's saying that you make a defense to the people who are coming to you, asking you, why do you believe this? And that's what's happening here in the first century. You see, the world around is watching Christians live righteously in the face of persecution. And not only righteously, but they see them living with hope in the face of persecution. Right? Tribulation produces perseverance. Perseverance, proving character, a hope, and a hope that does not disappoint is what Paul says. So he goes from tribulation to hope. And the onlooking world, they come to you. It's like, and that's why, like if you have a child who's suffering through my cousin, when he was 5, got diagnosed with leukemia. And if you have a child that's diagnosed with leukemia, and you're able to be hopeful in that because of your Christian convictions, Your family or that who are unbelieving in the world around you comes to you and like, how are you this hopeful in the face of this diagnosis? Well, I can be hopeful because, boom, because I have more than this world. You know, and let me give you a reason why I believe what I believe. And that's the context here. And I think that this is the powerful thing about apologetics. It's not just us being on the offensive. It's about us being ready for when we live uprightly and we have hope in this world, because we know that there's more than just this world. The world around us sees that we have what they want. This is true of my family. That cousin I told you that I blocked, the only person I've ever blocked, I wish I could, let me see if I can just pull it up really quickly because it's worth it. He texted me not too long ago. I don't even know if I still have it. Okay, this is the only person who I ever blocked, and this is right. He wrote it May 30th. Hey, Jonathan, this is Billy Stella. I hope you got this text. I have an apology waiting in me. I've come to realize certain mistakes and bad behavior about myself and wish to make amends. He says, no, I'm not an AA. I honestly have come to realize that faith is a great thing for billions of people, and in these crazy times, it's the Christians who have it all right. They're the ones showing true love of country and its people. And I have personally attacked you for your faith, and now it sickens me. You are a strong man of faith, and that's a wonderful thing. I'm proud to have you as my cousin and have your back always. I wish I could tell you that I found Christ, maybe someday, I don't know. But for now, I found Christ-like love. Peace to you, my brother.
Sounds like a crack.
Right? And then what I did is I sent him, I'm looking at the text now, I'm getting like all teary. I sent him a Bible, and I sent him a couple of books on apologetics, and then I speak with him, and he's on his way. And I just texted with him. He was on my mind, so I was like, hey, I just prayed for you. And then he said, I'm still in Norwell. I have a wonderful fiance and actually trying to have kids with her. So he's still messed up a little bit, but whatever. But he says, by the way, you're the major part of the reason why I no longer identify as an atheist. And I'm not wrong, but I could be. I love you. You're amazing. We are two very stubborn people. Yeah.
I know you mentioned Robbie, and yeah, he had his wolf after he died, but I like what he said. He said, our responsibility as Christians is not to defeat the person asking the questions, but to provide answers to the questions, and trust the Holy Spirit to draw them out to himself.
That's right. That's right. That's part of being an ambassador, absolutely. Part of representing Christ is trusting Christ in his responsibility and trusting us in our responsibility. You know, but that's really great. Okay, let's see if we can fly through here. So this is where we get our idea of apologetics from. So what is apologetics meant to do? As we give a defense for the people that come to ask us in the next 5 minutes, we'll just talk about this really quickly. First, it shapes culture. So make sure, okay, I'm good. Now, all these things, this is 2 Corinthians 5, 18 through 20. I actually have that tattooed on me. Now, all things are from God who reconciled, this is so good, who reconciled us to himself through Christ and gave us the ministry of reconciliation. Namely, that God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself, not counting their trespasses against him. And he has committed to us the word of reconciliation. Therefore, we are ambassadors for Christ. As though God were making an appeal through us, we beg you on behalf of Christ to be reconciled to God. You see, as we go out and represent Christ as ambassadors, putting on knowledge, wisdom, and character, we should be culture shapers. We should be building the culture. The culture shouldn't influence us. We should be influencing the culture. And that's why if you guys have students or if you're whatever field of vocation you guys are in, it's so important that we get good, raise up good, solid Christian men and women to go out and be lawyers and doctors and filmmakers and artists. There's a great quotation out there. I care not who writes the laws of a nation, but who writes its songs. And I love that idea because we're so influenced by the culture around us. Like, I would love for just a heyday of not just Christians making Christian music, but how about like a rock band that's solid and creates really amazing music, but also loves Jesus? Or a movie director who's solid Christian, not making just Christian Christian movies, but just like the best movie ever. You know, and I would love that. I'd love to take the culture by storm, but that's what happens as we're ambassadors of Christ, as we seek to do apologetics, giving a defense for the hope that we have. We should be shaping the culture. Apologetics, it also strengthens believers. As we come to know, and I think for a lot of times people, I don't know what kind of churches you guys are from, but I go all over the place and see a lot of different churches. And that the number one thing, one of the top things I get from students when I'm talking to them is that they have been told by a spiritual authority in their life that they shouldn't ask questions. It's a reality, and this is happening, especially on controversial topics like evolution or transgenderism or thing. We just don't talk about that. We don't discuss that. But apologetics, what it does is it teaches us that there are good answers to these really hard questions, and in the process, it strengthens the believer. Like so that we don't say, I could be wrong as much. You know? That was a nod to you. You weren't paying attention. That's okay. Yeah. It strengthens the believer as we come to know not just what we believe, but why we believe it. It also it helps win believers. C.S. Lewis, he was an atheist. You know, and he converted based on apologetics. This is my story, which you're going to hear after lunch. Actually, no, you're going to hear that after lunch. Yes, after lunch. That's my story. Apologetics helped win me. Without apologetics, you can't thwart the work of God, but it helped. That's for sure. Now, apologetics definitely has limitations. You're not saved through apologetics. Apologetics doesn't save you. Only one thing or person saves you, and that's the Holy Spirit, through Christ, through faith. But apologetics certainly tears down barriers that we might raise up, that are raised up against him. So it lacks saving power. Rationality, this is the way that I think of it. Rationality is subservient to special revelation. Right? So special revelation, the work of the Spirit in our lives, the work of the Word, the work of Jesus is superior, especially when we talk about revealed truth and stuff. So how does this impact us as believers? As believers, we feel more grounded in Scripture. We talked a lot about faith earlier. One of the things that I like to do when I'm talking about faith is I like to actually define our terms. Because when you're talking to an atheist and they use the term faith and we use the term faith, we're not talking about the same thing. When you say faith, you mean belief based on evidence. The atheist, when he says faith, he means blindly stepping into something. Those two things are not the same. We believe based on evidence, a number of evidences. And we can demonstrate that we have a reasonable faith through apologetics, which is really important. Now, while Paul was waiting for this, Paul did this all the time. At Athens, his spirit was being provoked within him as he was I love this passage, as he was observing the city. So he was reasoning in the synagogues with the Jews and the God-fearing Gentiles and in the marketplace every day with those. If you guys remember this passage, so Paul had just arrived in the city and he was told by his buddies to stay in the boat. Yeah, they're like, stay here. They're going to kill you, homie. Like, stay here. And Paul, he's like, I can picture Paul, like he's standing, he's like sitting on the boat, and he's like looking at the city, he's like, oh man, I can't take it. I can't take the idolatry. I can't take it. Boom, runs out into the synagogues, go into the major places to argue for his faith. He's reasoning with people. And he's not doing it blindly. He's not appealing to feelings. He's walking up to the high places, the high lofty places in the culture, and he's using those things of the culture as an appeal to you know that statue of the unnamed God? I know who that is. His name's Jesus. Let me tell you about him. You know, and he's using arguments. It's fantastic. We can demonstrate an examined faith. Each person must be fully convinced in his own mind. You know, as we do apologetics, we build ourselves up and we become convinced of our own faith. You know, a child lives on his parents' faith, which is good. That's what's supposed to happen. But eventually that child needs to have their own faith. And the way that they come to their own understanding is going to be examining and testing their faith. Test all things, holding fast to that, which is good. Through apologetics, we can demonstrate that we have a evidential faith. It's not blind. It's based on evidence. And Paul did this all the time. All the gospel authors did. I have like 16 verses. I can't go through them here. Apologetics deepens our devotional life and relationship with Jesus. I've fallen in love with Jesus because of apologetics. Because as we study apologetics, we get a deeper picture of who he becomes more real almost, as opposed to just believe. Just take this on blind faith. No, I'm gonna dig in here. So he deepens our devotional life and relationship with Jesus. Where am I at on the slide? He deepens our relationship with others, which I think is really, really important, because we're able to better talk about more sensitive issues with people. At the law firm, I'm going over. So at the law firm, right? So I'm the only Christian in the office, and I worked with this woman, and she was amazing, and she actually reminded me a lot of my younger sister, and she was a lesbian, and she was great. She was really funny, and we worked closely together a lot, and it was really funny because I used to, in my office, I had 2 ESV study Bibles on my desk, and this woman, her name's Gentry, and Gentry, she would come in, she would have like a fight with her wife. And she would come in the office in a bad mood, and then she'd come into my office, close the door. This happened all the time. And she'd be like, John, I need some advice on my marriage. And she'd sit down, and I'd say, Gentry, you know my feeling on this. God's not going to bless your marriage. I'm just saying. But if you want relational advice, I can give you on how to better relate to people. Sure. Let's open the Word of God. So here I am in my secular law firm office having a Bible study with a lesbian. And then, and it was through apologetics because she knew that I had solid reasons why I believe what I believe. So she trusted me. I was building this relationship over years with her. Fast forward, I leave the law firm to become a pastor. Haven't been at the law firm for 7 years. And out of the blue, I got a text from her recently. And she says in the text, hey, can you call me when you have time? I called her right away. And she's like, oh my gosh, you're busy. Like, I didn't think you'd call right away. I said, absolutely. She says, I asked her about her life and, hey, how's Nisha, her wife? And she's like, oh, we're not married anymore, obviously. And I said, I'm really sorry to hear that. Like, how are the kids? She has a bunch of kids. And she's like, actually, that's why I wanted to talk to you. Her youngest son is autistic. And part of his autism is he takes everything incredibly literally. Like, literally. And he went to school. He's in public school. And he came home from school one day and said that he wants to be a Christian. And this made Gentry incredibly fearful. Why? Because she's nervous that her autistic son, who takes everything very, very literally, is going to read the Bible and come to hate her. So she says, John, will you read the Bible with my son? That's unbelievable. What do you think I said? I said, no, get out of here, you lesbian. No, I said, absolutely, Gentry. What a privilege. Thank you for thinking of me. Thank you for trusting me with this. And all of it was built on relationships that I had with her, built on the very fact that I knew what I believed and why I believed, and I was willing to defend that because I was bolstered up in my faith through apologetics. This is the power of apologetics. And lastly, let me finish with this, just 2 minutes on why we should do apologetics. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Oh, I'm going backwards. Why we should do apologetics. First, it's commanded in Scripture. 1 Peter 3:15, we already went there. It's explicit. We should always be prepared to give a defense for the hope that we have. Jude 1:3 says, contend for the faith that was once and for all delivered to the saints. So these passages show that defending the faith, it's not optional, but part of the Christian life. It's part of Christian discipleship. This is what we do. This is what Francis Schaeffer, do you guys know who Francis Schaeffer was? Yeah. You should read him if you don't. Francis Schaeffer says apologetics is pre-evangelism. Before you go out and share your faith, you want to know what you believe and why, how you should do it. It not only is a biblical command, it strengthens our faith, which we already talked about a little bit. It engages, as the Christian engages in apologetics, the Christian grows in their understanding of God, their understanding of the Bible, their understanding of Christian doctrine, their understanding of the world around them, because Scripture and the Christian worldview gives us a right view of that. We should do apologetics because of evangelism and outreach. You know, a lot of people reject Christianity, at least at first, due to intellectual objections. A lot of people doubt Christianity because of intellectual objections. At least that's what they think at first. So if we can get through those intellectual objections and get more to the emotional or spiritual objections, it's fantastic. Apologetics helps combat false teachings. Remember, there's 2 sides to knowledge, what's true and what's false. And as Christians, we want to be aware of what's false, especially even in the context of our own churches, to guard the church. So we combat false teaching through Christian apologetics. It also engages the culture. Christian apologetics does a great job. This is what C.S. Lewis was so good at through his Narnia stuff. He was doing apologetics in his Narnia series, which is so crazy. He was giving people good reasons to believe in the existence of God through children's stories, which is I think why it's so powerful. One of the reasons why it's so powerful. It helps us follow Jesus' example. As we do apologetics, we are following what Jesus did. I mean, every single discussion Jesus had with a Pharisee was him doing apologetics. You know, it's unbelievable. Read Matthew 22. It's fantastic. He used reason and logic and scripture to argue his positions, to answer critics. So yeah, with that, guys, you know, Paul, he begged the church in Corinth, you know, having been reconciled to God and no longer seeing our neighbors just as neighbors or as obstacles. When I first met Rihanna, she used to love Black Friday. She used to be the one that was like one of those crazy people waiting at Target at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's nuts. So we were just dating at the time, and I went with her to go to Target. She's going to kill me for sharing this, so that's okay. We got in along with 1,000 other people, and people are sprinting, you know, to get that toaster for $4.99. Like it's ridiculous. And at one point, I'm not even joking, she had her cat, and we were there for certain items. She had them planned out. She had the store mapped out. She knew right where she was going. And we're going to one of those items, and she's on the heels of an older gentleman with a cane, and she's like nudging his heels. And I'm looking at her like, babe, like, what are you doing? Don't run this person over. You're going to hurt this person. And she's like, no, I have to get there before him, you know? And at that point, I said, I wasn't even a Christian. I said to her, people are not obstacles. They're people. Like, you can't look at, they're not traffic cones. And I want to remind us of that as we're talking today. People are not obstacles, and they're not commodities. This is what the culture tells us people are. If they're not good for something for me, then they're not good at all. You know, that's what the culture, if they use them and abuse them, or just kill them. But that's not what the Christian is, and it stems from this. As we seek to do apologetics, let's make sure that we understand people are made in the image of God. They're valuable. But they're also lost. And that means we play a major role in helping them see who Jesus is through our being an ambassador, knowledge, wisdom, character, and then offering an apologetic, a reason for the hope that we have. And with that, it's lunchtime. Thank you guys for your attention. I appreciate you guys. And Danielle.
I'll go ahead and quick brief. So next door where the refreshments are, we have lunch waiting. And so I'll go ahead.
All right. You guys good to start?
Let's do this.
That was so good, that lunch. Let's take a nap. We're playing. Okay, so far today we did the atheist experience, the atheist role play. And then we talked about what it is to be an ambassador for Christ. We saw that we need things like knowledge, wisdom, and character. We talked about what apologetics is. And you guys got to experience how I used to be. And the stuff that I said in the atheist role play was legitimately how I was. And now I'd like to just share with you why I'm a Christian. So we're moving on from that, and then maybe kind of pull back the curtain on ultimately what led me to Christ. I mean, we all know, we want to start this by saying we all know that conversion is a spiritual experience. It happens as the Spirit of God works in the person that he's working in. So it's apart from anything that we do and everything that Christ has done on our behalf. But with that, I like to say that my story starts as all good stories do with I met a girl. Her name's Rihanna. I'm now married to her. Now I want to say this is not an excuse or a justification for like missional dating. You know, like for somebody to go find themselves a pagan and start dating them in the hopes that they come to Christ. It doesn't work out well most of the time, but this is my story. This is a true story. And what happened is it was September of 2005. I had just moved from Washington, D.C., where I was working at one of the nation's best law firms, to Los Angeles, California. It was actually my first night in Los Angeles. My sister, she had been living in the valley, San Fernando Valley, and she had been kind of talking me up to her friends, saying, hey, my brother might be moving here. He's really fun, and you should get to know him. And I did eventually move there, and she brought me literally right from the airport. My bags were still in the back of her car, and she brought me to a patio. Oh, this is not going to go good. It's her car, and she brought me to I know. And she brought me to a party, and it was in an apartment. So it was actually a housewarming. It was a housewarming patty. I'm just going to be me, and you guys are going to have to catch up. Yeah, it's not going to work. Anyways, we'll work out together. It'll be okay. So she brought me to this function, and it was in an apartment building, and it was actually a housewarming party for one of her friends, and it was in one of the high-rise apartments on the backside. Has anybody been to Los Angeles before? You kind of grew up there, some of you guys. Los Angeles, I know it has a bad rap here in Florida, but I really love Los Angeles. And one of the things I love about Los Angeles is the skyline. And one of the things about the skyline is not only is it beautiful, especially now because now buildings put lights on the outside and stuff, but when you're off, like on one side there are mountains, and in those mountains are apartment buildings, and that's where I was. And when you're looking out of those apartment buildings towards downtown LA, you see the lights, the silhouettes of the building, and right beyond that's the ocean. And it's absolutely beautiful. And I'm in this apartment building on the balcony of this apartment building, and I'm staring like out at my new land that I was going to conquer. You know, I'm like, I can't wait. Amazing girl I've ever seen in my entire life. Not only was she stunning to look at, she's absolutely beautiful, but she's also like the way that she carried herself before I even talked to her, like it was just super attractive to me. You know, she had confidence, like shoulders back confidence as she walked in the front door. Everybody clearly knew who she was, like because people were wanting to touch base with her and like, you know, say, hey, Rihanna, hey, you know, so she was like popular and she was cool, obviously, and beautiful. And then I had a reputation because Rihanna had been, Katrina, my sister, had been talking me up. So she wanted to come meet me, and I was out on the balcony staring at my new kingdom. And she walked through the apartment, kind of dodged people, and she walked as quick as her little legs would carry her, and she walked smack into the screen door. And it was amazing. She not only did she walk into the screen door, but she actually walked full force into it, bounced off of it, landed on her bottom. With her hands back, she flung her dark brown hair back, and she let out the most amazing laugh I've ever heard. Rihanna has the best laugh. It's the type of laugh that in the middle of a busy like restaurant, you hear it. And it's just so nice. And so she let out this amazing laugh, and she had me like right then and there. Actually, that night I told her I love her. And she was sitting right next to her boyfriend. And that's the type of person I am. Like I'm just bold. I always have been that way. Like I go for what I want. In this instance, I wanted her, and eventually she did. She dropped that loser, and she started dating me, and we got to know each other over the course of maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, just getting to know each other. And it came up to time, it was our first Easter together. And I remember getting an email from my brother. And it's important to understand, guys, in the context of all of this, I was an atheist, but I didn't grow up with any Christians. Like, I didn't know a Christian growing up. I didn't know anybody who went to church. I had never been to church, ever. I mean, maybe I went to Catholic Mass once on an Easter Sunday, but like Easter for us was always about, egg hunts, candy, bunnies, things like that. Christmas was presents, trees, lights, Santa Claus, everything. My parents weren't antagonistic against religion. There was no room for it. Like, we just didn't talk about God. It was just like nothing. And we didn't talk about it. So that's where I'm coming from. And my brother and I, as we grew, developed into atheists, naturalists, and pretty aggressive, like what you guys saw in the first session. And on our first Easter together, I remember my first Easter in California, my brother, he sent me an email that I thought was the funniest email. It was an email mocking Jesus, mocking the Easter holiday. I don't remember exactly what was on the email, but I remember it was, there were flames involved, probably a crucified Jesus, and total blasphemy. But I thought it was the best thing in the world. I thought it was so funny. And so what I wanted to do on my first Easter is I thought what I'll do is I'll print this email out and I'll show it to Rihanna, and we'll get a big bonding moment over the ridiculousness of this stupid holiday, and we'll have a good time. And that's a great way to start the Easter holiday with her. And she came over and she was driving. She pulled up to my house. I was living in Hollywood on a duplex. And she gets out of the car, and I remember like it was yesterday. She's walking up the front door. I meet her at the front door. I printed this email out, and I said, "Oh, happy Easter." And I give her the email, and she smiles, and she looks at it, and her countenance completely changed. I didn't get the reaction I thought I was going to get. Instead, Rihanna looked at me, and she said to me, "John, I've been meaning to tell you something. I'm a Christian." And my reaction was, "No! You can't be a Christian. You can't be one of those," because to me, Christians were dumb. They were weak-minded. Maybe they believed what they believed because it gave them some sense of comfort, but they were followers in everything they did. They certainly weren't leaders. Maybe their belief system prescribed to them some type of maybe subjective meaning or purpose in the world, but I had evolved in my thinking past that. And this was the worst news I could have possibly gotten from Rihanna, because I couldn't date one of those crazy Christians, one of those dumb Christians. And so over the course of the next few months, as we got to know each other and go on dates, if Rihanna was here, she would tell you 2 things. First, she would tell you, she would say that I was her rock bottom, and what guy doesn't want to be some girl's rock bottom? So I was her rock bottom because she was on a different journey. You see, she has always been a Christian, and Rihanna has an amazing story, and she has always trusted in God, but she was at a bottom in her faith. She had no purpose dating me whatsoever. She would also say that she ended every date crying, and she would go crying, 1, because she knew the relationship couldn't go anywhere, and 2, because I was borderline mean to her. I would say things like this. I remember cooking her dinner one night in my duplex, and I remember saying, "Rihanna, I thought that you were an intelligent human being. Are you telling me you believe in Adam and Eve? That's stupid. Nobody believes in Adam and Eve. Rihanna, I thought that you were smart. Are you telling me you don't believe in evolution? Evolution is a scientific fact just like gravity." Have you guys ever heard that before? This is what atheists say. And I would dive into her, and I would try to tear down her what I thought was delusional beliefs, and I would do a good job. I would do what I did out here at the atheist role play every time I was with her, and it would affect her, and I would dive in, really pushing back at her, and she didn't have answers. She wasn't. She was like an average Christian, like everybody else I had met. Not great answers for my objections. And then she got brave. And I'm so glad that she got brave. After dating for about 2 months, Rihanna asked if I'd go to church with her. And I have done crazier things for the affections of a woman than go to church. So I was like, sure. You hang out with me Saturday, I'll go wherever you want, sweetheart, even to church on Sunday. And like I said, I had never been to church never. Certainly not like an evangelical church. Now, I got saved, I think I said this before, I got saved in a charismatic church. So I need you to put yourself in my shoes for a second, okay? Never going to church as an atheist. Not only that, but like, church is completely foreign idea to me. And so I walk into this charismatic church in Studio City, California, and I see over here this woman during worship spinning in circles, like that. Or over here, people prophesying, thank you. Or over here, people prophesying in tongues, leg lengthenings, crazy things. So I thought, not only are you people wrong, but you people are nuts. Like absolutely insane. But I kept going because I was falling in love with this woman, so why not, right? So I go to church. Not only did we start going to church, but all of a sudden I started meeting like Christians. And some of them were kind of cool, where I thought Christians were just lame in general. And not only were they cool, but they were diverse, not just in race or socioeconomic background, but in vocation. I mean, I was in Studio City, so I was becoming friends with doctors and lawyers and plumbers and bricklayers and people in the industry, so actors and actresses and musicians and Broadway stars. And so they were all these Christians. They were everywhere. It's so strange to me. And not only that, but they were friendly and nice. But more than that, they put up with me. Because remember, I'm aggressive. And my job on this planet, I thought, was to stomp out Christians, kind of like Saul before he was Paul. And I took pride in that. And I remember talking to one Todd Royal is his name. I'm still in touch with him. I didn't know what he was doing at the time, but now I see that he was trying to draw me in and try to disciple me. But he used to have me over his house, a small group of men, before I was a Christian. And I would have arguments with him. And I would defend not just the pro-choice position, but a pro-abortion position. I was the pro-abortion guy that if you said, yeah, but it's a living human being, I'd say, yeah, so? Kill it. I actually defended the idea that up until the age of 2, you should be able to kill your child. Because I was trying to be consistent. So, I mean, this is who I was. And we'd be on his kitchen yelling back and forth at each other over his island, and he lived in Studio City as well. And so I started getting invited to these things with Christians. I started hanging out with more Christians. And not only were they diverse, not only were they kind of cool, they actually lived fun lives. They would like to go out and enjoy the world around them. I thought Christians were super lame. I thought they were boring. But these guys, they'd hang out with me in places that I wanted to go. Not necessarily where they wanted to go. I thought they were like everybody's holy roller, holy roll perfect. No, but they were living normal lives out in the public sphere, and it was very attractive in that way to me as an atheist. I was like, okay, these guys are kind of normal. And then Rihanna, she asked me another question, to do something else with her. Rihanna eventually wanted to become a member of this church. So she said, John, do you want to go to the membership classes with me? And I said, sure, I'll hang out with you. They were on Saturdays, all day Saturdays. I think there were 4 all-day Saturdays. And I remember thinking, as I signed up for the membership class, I remember thinking, I couldn't wait to go to kind of get to know more about what you Christians were learning, like observe you in your natural habitat so I could better hunt you. So I went to the membership classes, and then the membership class at this church, it culminated in you had to meet with the pastor. You had a one-on-one interview. And so we set the interview. Rihanna and I went together, and I went prepared. I had printouts and notes, this thick, on things like carbon dating and why evolutionary theory disproves the Bible and how the Bible is inaccurate and how you couldn't trust the primary sources. I had stuff on the moral argument and why it doesn't pass muster and why why Christianity was not true. And I had in my mind, if I could just debate this pastor out of his faith, it'd be like a notch on my atheist belt. I could see the LA Times headlines like atheist destroys pastor. I'm like, yeah, all my atheist friends would stare at me in awe. And so Rihanna, she goes in and she shares her story, and like I said, her story is incredible. And then Pastor Dave, he looks at me and he says, John, what brings you in today? I said, I am so glad you asked. And I hammered him. And a lot of the questions he said I don't know to. He would say things like, wow, that's a great question. I just don't know the answer to that. He would answer some of my questions, not really to my satisfaction. And I was winning. It was great. And then at the end of the meeting, so Pastor Dave, he gets up, he hugs Rihanna, He says, Rihanna, we'd love to offer you membership to the church. And then Pastor Dave, he takes my hand in his, and he's shaking my hand, and he looks me in the eye, and he says, John, we have enough members right now. Thanks for coming. Totally rejected. And I know what some of you are thinking. Some of you are thinking, like, how could he reject you? You're like, you're a work in progress. Like, why wouldn't he just invite you into the folds, to see what God does? But in hindsight, he answered me perfectly. One is we don't invite wolves into the flock. He was protecting his flock. Two, if he did that, I would have thought everything was true that I came with my preconceived notions about Christianity. I said that this pastor guy, he just wants my butt in his seat. He wants my buck in his coffer. He doesn't really care about what I believe. He certainly doesn't care about the truth. But he didn't. He totally rejected me, which was fantastic. The best part is, though, as he was shaking my hand, he turned me around. Like, so he's here, I'm there. He turns me around to his bookshelf. He pulls off the shelf a book on Christian apologetics. And he says to me, John, I remember like it was yesterday. He says, John, I don't know if I've done a good job at answering a lot of your questions tonight. I'm sorry for that. But I think that you can find the beginnings to some of those answers to those questions in the pages of this book. Would you read it? And I did. And it was in that book that I started the struggle. I started to struggle with a few things. One, as I started to engage with Christian apologetics, because I didn't just read that book. I read that book like 3 or 4 times. Then I read another book. And then I read another book. I started chasing footnotes like any good researcher does. The good stuff's in the footnotes. So I started reading the footnoted sources, the primary sources, and I started realizing I'm not nearly as clever as I thought I was. I also started realizing there are some good answers to what I thought were good objections. So my objections aren't nearly as good as I thought that they were. And the third thing I started realizing is that actually my worldview of naturalism, the idea that everything exists is a product of a purely physical process, everything is in the physical world, actually doesn't line up with the way the world really is. It doesn't line up with reality. And so what I want to talk to you guys is reality a little bit in the context of my story. I started bumping into aspects of reality as I started trying to chase answers to life's most important questions. See, reality is the way this is what I tell my girls. Reality is the way the world really is. And that means reality doesn't bend and contort itself according to our likes, our personal preferences, our dislikes. Reality is the way the world really is. So the question that we need to be asking is, what story best explains reality? What best explains the way the world really is? And as an atheist, this put me in a very difficult position, and we're going to go over that. Also, at the same time, I should mention that my future in-laws, they had given me a New Believers Bible in the parking lot of a Baskin-Robbins, right on Ventura Boulevard. See, amazing stuff does happen in LA. God still works. And they handed it to me, and I read that Bible, Genesis to Revelation, over the course of 3 months. And we're not going to talk about this in this section, but I remember reading that Bible, Genesis to Revelation. It was New Believers Bible, so it was a study Bible edited by Greg Laurie, like NLT translation, so super easy to read. And it had cornerstones of the faith, like who is Jesus, what is sin, all this stuff. And I remember reading that, and I remember something stuck out to me. As I was reading it, actually reading the text, it seemed to me like what the authors were writing, they believed was true. I didn't know if it was true or not, but at least the authors seemed to think it was true. And that caused me to stumble. But then, even wrestling through that and reading Christian apologetics, then I started trying to line up my worldview of naturalism to the way the world really is, reality. Reality is that thing that you bump into when you don't live according to it. Reality is that thing that you bump into when you don't live according to that. And some of those bumps, they hurt. So I want to talk about 3 bumps in the reality that I experienced walking from atheism to Christianity. And the first one is what I call the bump of stuff. And this is not complicated, guys. It's sometimes as Christian apologists, I feel like we overcomplicate things. It's not complicated. It stats like this. Stuff exists. Stuff exists. The chairs we sit in, the notebook and pen in your hand, our clothes. Thank God our clothes exist. They exist. The question is, where'd all the stuff come from? You see, we can explain with a chair, the notepad, the pen, and my clothes. We know where they came from because they have tags and manufacturing places and dates on them, because we can explain where they came from. The bigger question is, where'd the universe come from? All the stuff is in the universe. The universe is all the stuff. So what caused the beginning of the universe? Not only is this not complicated, it's not controversial, guys. It's only one of two answers. Either something caused everything, all the stuff, the beginning of the universe, or nothing caused the beginning of the universe. And this put me in a very, very difficult position as an atheist, because as an atheist, I didn't want to say something caused everything. Because the moment that you say that you have to start assigning certain qualities to that something. Like that something has to look like something specific. Like that something has to be outside of its own creation. It has to be incredibly powerful, immensely creative. It has to be, outside of time and space at one point. And before you know it, that something starts to look like something specific. What's it start to look like? God. So instead, I wanted to say nothing caused everything. But who in his right mind says nothing causes anything? Never mind everything. This is Lawrence Krauss. Everybody say, hi, Lawrence. Hi, Lawrence. That's Lawrence Krauss. I mentioned him earlier. That's actually Lawrence Krauss. Now he has a beard. That's Lawrence Krauss, and he wrote that book, Something from Nothing. And what he says is that everything came from nothing, and he defines as a quantum vacuum. But is a quantum vacuum nothing? It's something. So when I'm talking about nothing, everything coming from nothing, what I'm talking about is the nothing of Aristotle. Aristotle said nothing is that which rocks dream about. Is right. I love that reaction. Perfect. Giggle. What do rocks dream about? Why? Because they're rocks. Because they're rocks. So as a naturalist, what I want to say is that everything comes from the dreams of rocks. But does that actually explain the way the world really is? Could you guys just again, I just want to simplify all of this and boil it down to its essence. What best explains the nature of reality? What best explains the way the world is? Living in a world where something pops into nothing? Think about that kind of world. I don't know what the freeway is. What's the freeway that we took here today? I-10. Okay, so say you're driving down I-10 as good Christians obeying the 55. Yeah, right. So you're going 75 trying to get to where you need to go, and all of a sudden, a cow just pops into existence. Like, what happens in that case? What happens if you're on the boat? I mean, I wish I was on a boat fishing, deep sea fishing, all of a sudden out of nothing, just fish start popping onto the boat. Fantastic. Or imagine trying to do science in a universe where things just pop into and out of existence out of nothing. Imagine doing cosmology and looking out into the sky above us, and you couldn't study everything because these galaxies and amazing things. Have you guys seen the Webb? Have you guys heard of the Webb telescope? The Webb telescope is a telescope that's been launched into space, and they pointed it in the most remote part of space. They thought nothing was out there, literally nothing, just darkness. And if you look it up and you see the images that are coming back, the space where they thought was complete darkness is filled with color and a wonderment. It's not stars, hundreds of what look like stars. No, each and every one of those blots is actually another galaxy. Hundreds of them out there. But imagine if something came from nothing, that means you could look out there and all of a sudden, galaxies would just be coming into and out of existence all over the place. Imagine that. Imagine the chaos. Because you could have another moon just pop into existence like 5 meters from our planet. That's a huge problem. Imagine trying to do biology, where things pop into and out of existence out of nothing. You could diagnose somebody with cancer, it's there 1 minute and gone the next. That's not the world that we live in, and we know it. We know that's not the way the world really is, because things that exist, they need an adequate explanation for their existence. So, this became a reality to me as, again, my goal here is to simplify, boil stuff down for you guys, so we can just grab it and hold it. I was in, and we know this is our genuine intuition about the way the world is. We know something doesn't come from nothing, and I can prove it to you guys. Every time your phone rings, what do? You answer it. Well, or not, but you look at it. You look at it. Nobody sits there and when the phone rings goes, oh, there's that ring, out of nothing, coming from nowhere. If you're sitting on your couch at home and somebody knocks on your door, do you sit there and go, oh, wow, what is that crazy knock? It comes from nothing. No, you're like, okay, I go to the door and I answer it. It's like, okay, so I was in Disneyland, not Disney World. I was in Disneyland when my kids were little, they were younger. And we go with we had this awesome stroller. I forget what it was called, but my wife really wanted it, so we got it. It was super expensive. It was amazing. It had the blow-up wheels, so it was super easy to push around. You fit 2 in the seats, and then 1 could stand on the back. It was unbelievable. This stroller was amazing. And we brought it to Disneyland, and actually it was California Adventure. And we go to California Adventure, and there's this ride, Made It As Wild Ride, which is our favorite ride. It's amazing. Actually, we love going to Disneyland. The reason why I like going to Disneyland is because of the lines. I love standing in line. If I could stand in line all day, I would. Why do you guys think that is? Because I could just talk to people. It's amazing. And not only can you talk to people, they can't go away unless they want to get out of line. It's a total captive audience. It's amazing. It's so much fun. So I'm standing in line. I'm in heaven because this line is like an hour and a half long. And I'm standing there, I'm just I'm chatting with the guy behind me, and I'm having a ball. I forget what I was talking about, but I'm sure it had to do with Jesus. My kids, it's so funny. Whenever we go out to the store, they will say to me, they'll be like, Daddy, can you just please not talk about Jesus today? We just want to get in and out. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to happen, sweetheart. Let's see what goes on, let's see what happens, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get into a conversation about Jesus. So we're standing in line, I'm talking to the guy about whatever, and all of a sudden we hear, bang, bang! Two huge bangs. What do you think people's reaction was? Some ducked, some looked around. What's the question that people are asking? Where did that come from? What caused those big bangs? What caused them? Notice what nobody was doing. Nobody was standing there going, there are those big bangs out of nothing. Happens all the time. Crazy world we live in. No. People were saying that there needs to be cause for this bang, this thing that we experience. I found out what the cause to those big bangs were. I had overinflated my tires on the stroller and packed it in the hot California sun, and both the back tires popped. So there I am carrying my kids around. No, actually, Disneyland gave us a loaner for free, which was great. But notice, people, this is how reality is. We know it intuitively. No need to complicate things. Bangs need bangers. The Big Bang needs a big banger. If it sounds corny, it is. My 76-year-old boss came up with it. But you'll remember that. Nothing comes from nothing. We know that because that's what we experience or don't experience. We don't need to be super complicated. You see, naturalism couldn't give me an adequate explanation as to where the universe, everything came from, because all I had to start with on naturalism was nothing. But Christian theism gives you more than nothing. On Christian theism, you have an uncaused cause, God, which best explains the nature of reality as we experience it. Not difficult. You guys tracking with me? You guys good? Are we good? Do you guys love me?
Yes.
Why do you love me?
Because you're made in the image of God.
That's right. Because you have to. She's like, because I have to. Yes, I love it. She's like, I wish I didn't, but I do. No. You have to because I'm made in the image of God. This is good. I'm glad we're tracking. So this is where all the stuff, this is the first bump. It's not controversial. It's not complicated. What best explains the way the world really is, reality? Naturalism or Christian theism? This is a huge problem for me. As an atheist, I couldn't explain where all the stuff came from because all I had was nothing to start with. First bump. Second bump. This, I want to say it was the most difficult. It still is the most difficult bump for me. This is the bump of bad. And it starts like this. As an atheist, I knew certain things were wrong. I think his name was Michael, the gentleman over here. We went back and forth there, and he did pretty good, actually. But I knew certain things were wrong. I knew, for example, what happened in Nazi Germany. Does everybody know Nazi Germany? I have to ask that now, because sometimes, I knew what happened in Nazi Germany was wrong. You have to ask a question, though. Just like with the stuff, we have to ask the question, where all the stuff come from? We have to ask, what did I mean when I said something was wrong? What I meant was that the world wasn't as it's supposed to be. It's not as it ought to be. I meant that, that something was actually wrong in an objective sense. I wasn't describing my emotions. I was describing the actions themselves. I was saying that what happened in the furnaces of Auschwitz was actually wrong. And now, I got to experience this in a very real way. We're going to go back to this slide, but we'll skip. I got to experience this in a very real way when I got to go to Germany, and I think I said before, I was in the Czech Republic and I was in Poland teaching this, apologetics. And I got the opportunity to go to Auschwitz. Has anybody been to Auschwitz, the Nazi concentration camp? It's incredible. It changes you. I took a tour bus from Krakow to the concentration camp. And on this tour bus, it was me and like 8 to 12 young Irish men. And these guys were the most rowdy people I've ever met. They were like little Conor McGregors, like all of them. They were like what you picture when you picture like rowdy Irish guys, like young. They were like fighting in the bus. Like I have all girls. Wrestling and stuff makes me feel so awkward. Like I'm like, where are the dolls? Like, why are you making a gun out of that stick? You know, like, but these guys are like wrestling with each other and like throwing each other over the seat and hitting each other and having a great time. And like, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that they were already drunk, but they weren't. This is just how they were. And they had their fun Irish accents, and they were just like all over the place. And like getting off the bus, we finally get to Krakow. We finally get to Auschwitz, which is like a 2-hour ride, by the way. I thought it was like a 10-minute ride. It's like a 2-hour ride. So these Irish guys are beating each other up for 2 hours. I'm in the corner of the bus like, please don't touch me. Please don't hurt me. You know, and then we're getting off the bus and like they're kicking each other off the bus and like going all rowdy. And then we get to the gates of Auschwitz. And what do you think happens to the behavior? Instantly. Instant switch. Nobody had to come over and ask them to be quiet. Nobody had to tell them to calm down. They knew. They knew what they were about to step into was weighty. And it was weighty because it mattered. It mattered because it was moral. And as they stepped into that, we found ourselves around with hundreds of people around us. On a beautiful July day, not a cloud in the sky, and you could hear a pin drop because you knew what happened there mattered. One exhibit, we saw many that affected me. I saw 10,000 pounds of women's hair behind a glass divider. I saw hundreds of prosthetic limbs taken from people who used to have to rely on them before they were sent to the gas chambers. I saw, this is the one that affected me the most. It was a glass top table. If you guys have ever been there, maybe you can picture this with me. In one of the exhibits, probably half the length of this room, a glass top table, and in this table were children's toys, children's playthings. The reason why this affected me so much is because each one of those children's playthings represented, to me, these dolls. This is a porcelain doll. You can see that there's shoes and its head that's a little broken, part of it's the hair. Each one of these porcelain dolls represents a little girl. A little girl who, if she survived the transport car, cattle car in the middle of summer, if she survived that trip right after getting taken off of that cattle car, she would have gone left, not right. She would have gone left directly to death. Because on the economy of Nazi Germans, little girls had no value. So she would have gone left, and she would have gone left right into this. This is one of two gas chambers that I got to stand in. This is an actual picture of the actual gas chamber. Nazi Germans the Nazis would pack that room full of people, image bearers, and then they would pop a canister of gas, they'd throw it in, they'd close the steel door, and they'd lock it. On average, it took 13 minutes for people to suffocate to death under the weight of that gas. Once the gas did its job, after the 13 to 15 minutes or so, they would hear the screams stop, the scratching and the wrestling would subside. They would air the room out, they would go in, and they would take each body individually, and they would put them on one of four. There's a mirroring. This is, like over here, there's a mirror of this. These are two holes that lead into a furnace. This is like, I don't know how to describe it other than a sled, that they would put the corpse on, and they would move this cylinder, and they would push the body into the fire. That fire raged 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for years. And was constantly being fed lifeless human beings. Those bodies would be consumed by the fire, and then out of the stack here, their ashes would float into the air. There's a house, like over here, maybe 200 yards, behind a razor wire fence, behind electric fence. That house, the people remained in that home through the entire time Auschwitz was open. Nazis did an incredible job keeping records. They kept records of the complaints from this home. You can read them. Never once did they complain about the screams. Never once did they complain about the smell of burning flesh. What they complained about most often was the ash from bodies consumed by the fire, ruining their swimming pools during the summer. Who in their right mind says that's okay? Who in their right mind says that's not wrong in an ultimate sense? You see, this is the difference between what I'm talking about is objective versus subjective morality. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this in the last session today when we talk about relativism. This is objectively wrong, meaning it's wrong for all places, all people in all places at all times. So I want you guys to see something really important here. The problem of evil is what we're talking about it's just informal terms. This is the problem of evil, problem of pain, problem of suffering. The problem of evil requires objective morality. In order for somebody to object to something being wrong in any ultimate sense, they have to assume God. Here's why. Because if somebody is saying something is wrong, that means they're using a standard to judge good from wrong by. Where are they getting that standard from? This is a question you should always be in the habit of asking, by what standard? By what standard? You see, on atheism, they have no standard giver. That means they have no standard. If they have no standard, they have no firm basis to stand up for anything being right or wrong in an ultimate sense. This is what atheist John was arguing with the gentleman over here. They can claim cultural. So here's how this plays out. So for the naturalist, the evil can be out there in some sense, but the existence of evil, if you think about when we object to the existence of evil, it has to be actually a detail of the external world. It has to be true, not just a matter of personal preference and opinion. And okay, so I was talking to my brother once. My brother's an atheist. His name's Dan. He's great. I look up to my brother a lot, actually, to be honest with you. He's a good guy. He runs a nonprofit in inner city Boston, and he's dedicated his life to helping underprivileged families. Like, he does a wonderful work. He's a good man. He's a great husband. He's a really good dad. He's a good man. He's an atheist, hardcore. He's also a vegan. I don't know which one's worse. Heaven without bacon? Really? So I don't know which one's worse, his atheism or his veganism, but I'd say this for a reason, right? So his veganism grows out of his environmentalism. He's an environmentalist, big time. Like he's what you picture, you know. He is what you guys picture right now, and he's amazing. And he tries to be consistent with his worldview, and I appreciate that. And he wears like plastic shoes and belt, like he's got no leather anywhere, no animal byproduct in anything. He tries to be consistent. And then out of that environmentalism came his veganism. And he was out visiting me one time, and he was outside of my office. He came to visit me at work, or we went to lunch or something like this. And this is back when I was at the big church. And we're outside of my office, and we're talking about the existence of moral values and duties. And he's arguing cultural context. He's saying, well, no, we live and operate under a social contract, something you guys might have heard of. A social contract, like the culture at large comes together, the broader culture, and decides what's right and wrong, and then we fall under the authority of that culture and whatever. And I say, no, Dan, it can't be cultural contract, because this is what the Nazis argued in Nazi Germany, which is exactly what they did. And the Nuremberg trials showed us that there's a law above the law. You can't appeal to this thing, and then there's no room for reform on this thing. And anyways, we start arguing, and me and my brother's language is like, our love language is like yelling. That's what we do. We're passionate people. So we're like yelling at each other, in each other's face, like going back and forth. And my boss, he comes out of the building, and he comes over and he's like, guys, everybody inside hears you screaming at each other. This is not a good look. You have to be quiet. And I was like, thanks, boss. You're right. And I took this opportunity to prove a point. I said to my brother, I said, Dan, you know what? Pastor Doug is right. We're producing way more heat than light in this conversation. Let's back off for a second. I want to take this opportunity to ask you to come with me on a really cool thing I do every year. It's like a men's gathering retreat thing. I rent a house. I said this to my brother. This is exactly what I said to my brother. I said, Dan, we rent a house on Lake Arrowhead down in Southern California. It's a beautiful lake. We rent this house on Lake Arrowhead, a cabin right on the lake. And maybe 4, 5, 6 guys come down. It's really good conversation, really good company. And we grill food and have a great weekend. I'll even wash off a portion of the grill, and you can cook your barley or whatever it is that you're going to eat, whatever flavorless thing you're going to have. And I'll respect that, and you can come down, and it's a lot of fun. And my brother goes, yeah, that sounds like a great time. When is it? And I say, well, hold on. I haven't gotten to the best part yet. This is what I say to my vegan, environmentalist, atheist brother. I say the best part of the whole weekend is we rent a boat, and then we take a 50-gallon drum of sulfuric acid. We go out onto the lake. We dump the acid overboard to see how many fish it kills, and we take a bet beforehand, and whoever comes closest to the amount of fish the acid kills wins all the money. How fantastic. And by the time I'm done saying this, I look up at my brother, and he's got like veins sticking out. His face is bright red. And what do you think he says to me? He says, no, that's wrong. He said to me, you can't do that. And I say to him, Dan, I can do that. I can rent a house on Lake Arrowhead, and I can rent a boat to go out in that lake. Not only can I get a boat, not only can I get a house, I'm really good friends with the chair of the chemistry department at Pepperdine University. I can probably get some acid. What you mean is I ought not do that. I said, Dan, what do you mean by ought? Because if it's a matter of cultural consensus, listen, I'm friends with the crazy conservative Christians. We don't care about the environment. So who cares? Let's do whatever. I'm not saying that's true, guys. And I don't dump acid into lakes. Okay? Like some of you are looking at me like, what are you doing with like you seem confused. No, but I'm proving a point to my brother. I'm saying if the cultural context is what decides what's right and wrong, and I decide in my immediate cultural context that I want to go poison a lake for fun, who are you to tell me I can't? Because you can't get oughtness. From atheism, all you get what is, not oughtness. This is the difference between objective and subjective morality. This is the key point. If naturalism is true, then there's no problem of evil or problem of pain. If naturalism is true, there's no right and wrong outside of individual personal preference. Because if naturalism is true, then morality is just my personal preference or my culture's consensus. So there's really no problem of things being right or wrong. Things can be taboo. They can go against what I like. They can go against cultural consensus. They can be distasteful, but they can't be wrong in any ultimate sense. And simply put, guys, and the reason why is you don't sin against the particles. And on naturalism, everything is just particles. Everything is just particles. It's just matter in motion. If everything is just matter in motion, there is no right and wrong. You do you. You young guys, the young people today say, you do you, boo. That's the world that we live in. And does that accurately describe reality, though? Is that the way the world really is? So just like with the bump of stuff, every worldview needs to give an adequate explanation as to the existence of a moral depth to the world around us. Anytime you bump into this, by the way, if you're talking to a non-believer and they want to tell you that morals are just a matter of cultural consensus or it's all subjective, there's great ways that you can prove that they're wrong. For example, I've done this in the past. I've been talking to a friend who's an atheist, and he says that moral values and duties don't exist outside of cultural consensus. I'll say, oh, maybe you're right. You're right. I'll grab his phone. I'll put it in my pocket. I'll walk away, out the front door. I'll drive, get in my car. I'll drive away. 5 minutes later, who's going to call me on his own phone? Homie, he's calling me, and he's like, and what's he ask? What are you doing with my phone? And my response is, this isn't your phone anymore. I have now rewritten the rules of our culture that I think that if I take your phone, it's a sign of my respect and love. Thanks, and I'll hang up on him. And that proves the point. Because on naturalism, all you're doing is you're making it up as you go. It's a matter of personal preference or social convention. And then when I realized that this, and keep this in mind too, this is the really powerful part. The atheist who objects to the existence of God based upon the problem of evil noticed a few things. The reason why the problem of evil is so potent is because evil exists. It's something we all experience, Christian or non. We all rub up against this facet of reality, but here's the deal, is the person who brings up this problem to do away with the existence of God, they've done nothing to solve the problem. They still have to solve the problem of evil. They still have to answer the question, what about all this wrongness in the world? All they've done is get rid of one of the possible solutions. This is a huge problem for the atheist. This was a huge problem for me. I realized that getting rid of God because of evil still left me with the problem. You know, Bertrand Russell, he was a famous atheist and really smart guy. He, in one of his books, he poses the question, it's supposed to be like this huge rhetorical, it's like his crescendo. What does the Christian have to say as he kneels at the bedside of a dying child? And that used to be a potent argument to me. Like I used to be, yeah, I mean, that's hard, like, because we see children suffer. And if your God is so good and so powerful, why wouldn't he just heal that child? And then William Lane Craig, he came up with a great answer. I was reading William Lane Craig, he's a Christian apologist. And he said to Bertrand Russell, he said, what does the atheist have to say to a dying child? We have a lot. We have the gospel. We have a hope, a future hope where that child is healed. What's the atheist have to say? Better luck next time? Oh well, that's just your fortune or misfortune? You know, I think Christianity has a great response to the problem of evil, which we're going to actually dive into tomorrow if you come. It's where we'll just focus on the problem of evil. And so then when I was realizing this, that the problem of evil, which was my crescendo argument, my number one argument against the existence of God, I realized that it wasn't even a problem for the Christian, it was actually a problem for me. And since then, I found that the problem of evil is actually one of the best arguments for the existence of God, which again, we'll talk about tomorrow. But there's more. I wasn't just wrestling with the idea that there was an objective oughtness to the world that we live in as an atheist. As I struggled with good and bad, right and wrong, as I came to the conclusion that everything around me had to come from somewhere, or more importantly, someone, there was another facet of reality that I kept bumping into that was a huge problem for me, but it's not for the Christian. And this is, oh, sorry guys, I forgot I went backwards. And this is what I call the bump of me. I just want to talk about the soul. I've got 14 minutes. I'll probably take 20.
That's okay.
It's a theme if you haven't realized. I don't think as Christians we talk about the soul enough. And I think it's unfortunate. Because it's a huge problem for naturalists, but not for the Christians. And when I say the soul, what I mean is it's that immaterial aspect of ourselves. Some people call it our consciousness to avoid the spiritual implications, our conscious selves. But it's what we've been taught in schools. But what is our conscious self? What is consciousness? What is the soul? I want to talk about 3 aspects of the soul. And the first is that that's my soul. Have you guys seen that movie? Disney, it's so good. I love that movie. The first is that souls are real. Your soul is that thing that you introspect to. Your soul is amazing. It's that thing that you're constantly aware of. Every waking moment of every day, you're aware of your soul. You guys you're accessing your soul right now, and you're thinking about what you ate, and you wish you didn't have that extra soda, or whatever it might be, right? Or you're thinking about, oh my gosh, I'm so hungry, I wonder what dinner is. Some of you are like, I just want my bed. Why can't I be in a nap time right now? You know, I don't know what you're thinking of, you know. Some of you are thinking crazy things. Some of you, okay, I can prove to you that your soul is real. I think. Here we go. Can any of you right now with me picture an octopus playing baseball? Raise your hand if you can picture it. Don't be ashamed. What color is your octopus? Blue. What color is yours? Red. What's yours? Gray. Nice. Maroon. This is crazy. You guys can all picture an octopus playing baseball. Is your octopus left-handed or right? Do you know? It's a switch hitter. That's my octopus. Only my octopus is purple with orange accents. My octopus wears goggles, even though it's not needed for baseball at all. It's got a baseball helmet on, and it can go both ways. Absolutely. I love this. Now, my question to you is, where is that octopus? How about this? Is the octopus closer to your right ear or your left? Ha-ha. Some of you are like, what? And that's the proper response. Because the octopus, it doesn't exist in the physical world. It doesn't exist spatially. It exists in your soul. It's the wrong question to ask. See, what happens is when I ask, where does that octopus reside, like closer to your right ear or your left, I'm trying to apply a category on top of the octopus that doesn't exist. It's like asking, what does the note C sharp taste like? And some of you are like, sour grape. And I'm going to say, no, because they don't taste. Notes don't taste. And octopuses that play baseball don't exist outside of your mind. It doesn't exist in the spatial realm. I'll try to go, if you're still confused, this is great. I love it. Okay. Have any of you had a song stuck in your head? Oh my gosh. Guys, I just was at this big youth conference in Texas. And during the break, they were, blasting that I couldn't even hear myself talk when I was out in the lobby. Disney songs. Let it go, let it go. You know, you guys all have that song. You know what I'm talking about? Don't hold it back. Yeah, have you guys ever seen that song? I mean, that movie? Now, that song probably is going to be stuck in your head for the rest of the day, right? That stupid Let It Go. In my house, we're going through like a revival of Encanto. So it's, we don't talk about. I wish nobody ever talked about Bruno. But now that song will be stuck in your head for the rest of the day, living rent-free. The question is like, okay, if I wanted to get those songs, whether it be Let It Go or the Bruno song, if I wanted to get that unstuck from your head, if I wanted to get out of your head, do I split open your scalp, crack open your skull, and sift through your brain to get it out? No. Why? Because it would kill you. Because it doesn't exist like that. It exists in your immaterial aspect of yourself. It exists in your soul. But not only does your soul exist, listen, guys, everybody close your eyes. This is so cool. Don't fall asleep on me. Now, everybody close your eyes, take out your wallet and hold it. No, I'm just kidding. And I'm out. No, I want you to picture something for me. I want you to picture the greenest grass field you've ever seen. It's pristine, perfectly mowed, manicured. Who here, when you can see that field, eyes closed, raise your hand. Okay, put your hands down. I want you to be walking through that grass. You've got bare feet, and I want you to bend down in that grass, and I want you to grab a clump of that grass in your hand. You can grab that grass, touch that grass. Could you raise your hand for me? Great, okay, put your hands down. Now I want you to rub that grass between your forefinger and your thumb. I want you to lift it up to your nose, and I want you to smell that fresh grass cut smell. Raise your hand when you can smell that grass. Okay, put your hands down. Open your eyes. Again, I ask the question, where is that grass? Because it doesn't exist in in the physical world. Notice something about the power of the soul here. Notice the senses you could engage. All of you, for the most part, I think I saw every hand go up when I said, can you see the grass? Most of you could touch it and feel it. A lot of you could smell it. And I bet you even some of you crazy people could have tasted it if I asked you to. That's the power of the soul. It doesn't happen in your brain. That's different. There's a correlation between your physical activity and your brain. But in order for two things to be the same, they have to follow the law of identity. That means they have to share all the same properties. The chemicals that are flowing in your brain don't have a greenness to them. They don't provide you with a smell or a sense of feel. That all happens in your soul. Souls are real. Souls are real. But remember, on naturalism, all that exists is in the physical world. Huge problem. So not only are souls real, but souls are special. We all know human beings are special. We all know that they're valuable. That's why we cry out for justice in the face of injustice. When we see somebody being wronged, we want it to stop. But what gives somebody meaning and purpose and value and dignity? You know, I couldn't ground these things on my worldview. On atheism, there's no reason to believe that human beings are special. And this is where my struggle came in. Right? You see, naturalism, I've alluded to this, and I've said it almost explicitly, but on naturalism, human beings, they're basically boiled down to cosmic junk. They're just moist robots, meat suits in motion. We're just a random quantification of molecules bumping into each other by accidents of nature. And don't trust me on this. Read the naturalists. Read the atheists. Richard Dawkins, I mentioned him before, really smart guy, zoologist at Oxford, amazing. He's great in evolutionary biology, and he says in his book, Out of Eden is his book, he says the universe that we observe has precisely the qualities that we should observe if evolution is true. He says that at bottom there's no design, no purpose, no justice, nothing but pitiless indifference. Nothing but pitiless indifference. Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan says that life is solitary, poor, short, and brutish. Nasty is what he says. Get busy living or get busy dying. It doesn't really matter which one you choose because you're just worm food. Don't take my word for this. Read these guys and see what they actually say. Naturalism doesn't give any meaning or purpose to life. My number one topic that I speak on around the country right now, around the world now, is suicide. It's a topic I've fallen into, not by design or anything. It just needs to be talked about. And so in my research on suicide, I've been confronted with the reality of what happens to a culture and a society when they're influenced by bad ideas, mainly the bad idea of naturalism. When we start telling people that they're just molecules in motion, they start living like they're molecules in motion. Ideas have consequences. John Stonestreet says bad ideas have victims. I love that saying. Bad ideas have victims, and I see a lot of victims in our culture because what we do is we adopt this idea that all we are physical beings. You see, on naturalism, life has no purpose, life has no meaning. People aren't special. Not in an objective sense, not outside of anything that we can just subjectively prescribe to it. We have no purpose. On atheism, life simply means nothing except any meaning that you might want to arbitrarily assign to it. There's nothing on atheism that ultimately satisfies our hunger for purpose, our desire for justice. Nothing ultimately matters. I know this, guys, because I lived 27 some odd years as a naturalist. And towards the end of my journey, I bumped into this part of reality, the meaninglessness of human beings in a very real way. I remember walking home from my law office in Washington, D.C., and my sister, she called me on the phone, and I picked it up and answered it and said, "Hey, Kay, what's up?" And she was sobbing on the other end of the phone. On the other end, she was sobbing. And through her sob, she was able to work out the words, Ronzo killed himself. Ronzo was a mutual friend that we had in high school. He had just died by suicide. My sister was calling to let me know. You guys want to know what my response was? At the time, I was seeking to live out as consistently as I could my naturalism. I was reading Nietzsche, and I was following Russell, and I was trying my best to live in accordance with naturalism. My response to my sister, this is what I said, after just hearing that a mutual friend died, my sister crying, I said, "Oh well, I guess Ronzo couldn't take the heat, so he got out of the kitchen." I said this, I said, "Life goes on, who cares?" You see, Ronzo, he was just molecules in motion. Now his molecules are just being rearranged, worm food. Life goes on. The question was, like, when I said that, do I truly believe it, or was I wrestling internally with my statement? I would have said at the time I believed it. But here's the rub. You can't live that ethic out. It's impossible. It's all about how reality really is. The fundamental fact is that humans have value. No matter how much we want to deny it, and how many times as the cultures, as different societies want to ascribe value on physical things or things like Jew, non-Jew, blonde hair, black hair, born, unborn. No matter how we want to ascribe value in an extrinsic way, everybody knows that there's intrinsic value to human beings. But the question is how do we ground that value? As an atheist, I couldn't ground value, so I was trying to be consistent. But inside, and in the dark of night, I knew what I was saying was wrong. Absolutely, I knew that. I knew souls were real, and I knew people were special. But what makes somebody special? Well, it's the type of soul that we have. It's the being that we've been fashioned into, mainly that we're made in the image of God. You know, and I knew something else too. Not only did I know souls were real, not only did I know souls were special, I also knew souls were broken. And this is really, for me, rubber meeting road. My conscience testified to the knowledge that not only is the world broken out there, Like I was so quick to bring up the fact that I was wronged, right? When somebody took something, I remember my car stereo in college got ripped out of my Jeep, right? They took my speakers and my this is back when people actually used to steal car stereos. They don't do that anymore, I don't think. But like they took it all out. I remember I objected to that being wrong as an atheist, but then something happened. I started to realize that wrongness, that brokenness, that moral issue that's out there, I realized that brokenness that's out in the world is also in here. And that's when God wakens our conscience and we realize that not only are we victims, but we're victimizers. You know, oftentimes in the culture today, there's people feel guilty, even when they haven't necessarily done anything wrong. People feel guilty, and we go through great lengths in the culture today to either dull the effects of that feeling of guilt or explain it away, whether by medication or drugs and alcohol or pop psychology, whatever it might be. Well, my suggestion is maybe the reason why people feel guilty is because they are guilty. Maybe our conscience, our soul, testifies to the fact that we stand before the creator of the universe guilty. For me, this was a huge problem. You see, I realized that naturalism, it can't explain the beauty and the wonder of being human, and it has no answer for human brokenness. Naturalism had no offer of true forgiveness, but Christian theism did. Christian theism offers you that forgiveness through Jesus Christ. In unguarded moments, this is to your question, in unguarded moments, when I was alone in my bed under the weight of my comforter, I would let slip my desire for things to be made right. And I would pray. But to what? I had an ongoing, at my last law firm, one of the partners, Greg, him and I, for 7 years, had an ongoing debate about the resurrection of Jesus. And he would come to my office when we weren't super busy or in trial or something, and he'd want to talk about Jesus. He's an atheist. And he would offer an objection, and I'd give him an answer. And he would offer an objection, and I didn't know the answer, so I'd go find the answer, and I'd give him the answer. And he'd offer an objection. After 7 years of this, towards the end of my tenure at the law firm, I remember packing up my office at night. So it was like the last couple days. And he comes in, it was nighttime, I was there late, and he was there late. And he comes in, and we're talking about this. I answer one more question for him, and I say, hey, Greg, listen. I've tried my best to answer your questions. I don't know how I've done. Some good, probably some not. Let me ask you a question. He's an atheist. I say, Greg, when your kids are asleep in the bed down the hall and your wife's asleep next to you, I said, do you pray? You know what he said? He said, yeah, I pray. And I said, Greg, now it's time for you to figure out to who or what you're praying to, because he's real. And now, what's crazy is I went back to, after being gone from the firm for 5 years, they called me back out of the blue a couple years back, and I went back for just a couple months, and he's gone from atheist to agnostic, which I'll take, because the jump from atheist to agnosticism, I think, is a lot bigger than from agnosticism to Christian. So he's on his way, you know, but he knew because of the testifying of his own soul. His soul cried out. And I think this is true of everybody when we come to the table and we drop our presuppositions. You know, we all have to live in the world that God made, guys. Whether we believe in him or not, we all have to live in the world that God made. And when we don't live according to reality, we bump up into it. So these are just some of the aspects that I bumped into as a person walking from naturalism, from atheism to Christianity. You know, okay, I got to wrap up. But so oftentimes, you know, sometimes people will ask me, you know, John, explain just briefly in 2 sentences or so why you're a Christian. This is what I'll say. I'm a Christian because I met a girl who bumped into a door. And then I bumped into reality when I went looking for answers to life's most important questions. You see, guys, the whole purpose of me being here, like, I'm here for you to spend time with you, and I've heard some of your stories, and I'm so thankful for, like, thank you for sharing your testimonies with me, guys. I'd love to hear them all. I'm here for you, but the whole purpose of really why I'm here, the reason why I'm a Christian is for one reason. It's not because it makes me feel good, because, can we just be honest, sometimes being a Christian doesn't feel good. If we were after feeling, we'd be hedonists. We'd be just looking out for number one. We'd be doing what feels good all the time, and the world would be an absolute mess. I'm a Christian, not because it's gained me anything really wealth-wise, certainly. I was at a law firm, 2 of the nation's best. I used to make money. I liked making money. It was fun to be able to buy stuff. I like stuff. I'm a Christian for one reason. I'm a Christian because it's true. I'm a Christian because it's the true story of reality. Thank you guys for your attention with this one. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so question and answer. Would you want to just repeat, or do you want me to try to do a microphone?
I'll just repeat.
Okay, so question time, guys. Grilling.
Just easy questions, yeah.
So going back to that, the section where you were doing the ball with bat and you the example of like stealing the cell phone on the cell phone.
Yeah.
So like a lot of times those examples also kind of come along with being legally wrong within the social construct.
Sure.
So how do you explain that to somebody who is saying, you know, like, yes, I agree, you know, that is, you know, that's also legally wrong to steal. So what is an example, would you say, that is outside of our like social?
Yeah. So the question is what happens when like somebody appeals to the law, meaning not the biblical law, but just our cultural laws to make something wrong or right. This is what I would do. I think it's valid, but I would say that I would ask them the question: is something right or wrong morally because of the law, or should the law reflect what's right or wrong? Meaning the government isn't what makes something right or wrong, and we know this just through human history, just in American history. It was at one point in our history okay for somebody to own another human being because they had more melanin in their skin cells. So that was legal. It was written into the law. Certain populations of our people were considered 2/3 of a person. Okay, so why, when we look back at that, that's in the law. Was that ever right? No. Because this is exactly what the Nazis appealed to. So after the Nazis, after the Allied forces liberated the camps, if you guys, anybody World War II buffs in here? Oh, I love World War II. I like reading about it. I just read The Rise and the Fall of Third Reich. I'm so proud of myself because it's like this thick. And anyways, it took me like 2 years. And it's such a good book. But the Nazis, okay, so the liberation of the concentration camps happened. Largely, the Allied forces, when they went into these places, had no idea what they were running into. Like, the Nazis did a wonderful job hiding this. And they were appalled. The world was appalled. And so the world came together in an effort to hunt down these war criminals. And unlike anything we've ever seen before. And the world hunted down a lot of these criminals, and they brought them to the World Court in the Tribune in Nuremberg. This is where Nuremberg trials were. And the Nazis had lawyers, and the defense that the Nazis put forth was this argument. It was that, hey, this was right under our laws. We're just following orders. This was right according to cultural consensus. And the World Court said absolutely not. No. And that's where that idea of a law above the law comes from. They said there's a law above the law. And so the atheist has to wrestle with that. It's not the law that makes something right and wrong. We should be making our laws conform to the law above the law that comes from God. There's a thing called the moral reformist dilemma, which I love to mention. So this is called the moral reformist dilemma. If the law is what, and this isn't the formal argument, this is just my summary of it. If the law is what makes something right, that means there's no room for moral reform in any culture. That means by definition, somebody like Martin Luther King Jr. would be immoral for speaking out against the law of the land. And that would be truly a might makes right culture in society, and it's not livable. So I would say those types of things. Does that make sense to you? Okay, good question. Any others? Anything. You guys can ask me anything. My favorite color. Yeah.
So I find it more challenging to compose the witness to someone from different religion versus an atheist.
Okay.
Just because I don't really know a lot about that religion. I mean, I know some things. So whatever keeps me there, besides just my religion, whatever.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, the question is like you have more, it's more difficult for you to witness to somebody who's of a different religion as opposed to like a naturalist or atheist, because there's so much to know about other religions. So how do you, like, you can't possibly know everything. This is amazing because this is exactly what we're going to be talking about right in the next session in, I don't know, whenever I get done with this, so like 20 minutes or whatever. But like the key here, I'm not going to avoid your question, I'm going to give you a taste right now. It's going to be asking a lot of questions. Sometimes as Christians, actually this is the number one mistake I see Christians make. We feel like we have to answer every challenge that's brought to us, or we have to be able to answer every worldview off the cuff, and that's just not the case. We can't know everything. So instead of trying to answer the challenges, when somebody brings a claim, you want to get in the habit of asking questions. And mainly, like, what do you mean by that? How'd you come to that conclusion? Can you clear something up for me? This is what we call the Columbo tactic, which we're going to do in tactics in the next session. Letting people define, like if you're talking to, okay, I'm trying to think of somebody, Sikhism. Like Sikhism, I don't know any Sikhs. Like I don't, like it just pops off. I know what they look like. I don't know a Sikh. I certainly don't know what they believe. I just don't. So instead of me talking to a Sikh and then go and do a bunch of research on Sikhism, I just don't have that time. I'm going to sit down with a Sikh and I'm going to ask them what they believe and why. And then as they explain their worldview to me, I'm going to compare it to reality, and where there isn't a lineup, I'm going to try to bring that out. You know, and I really don't know what Sikhs believe, so I can't think of an example. I should have thought of something like a Muslim. You know, if I sit down with a Muslim, you could talk to 10 different Muslims and get 10 different views of Islam. So it's best that we sit down with the people that we're concerned about, these people of different worldviews, ask them what they believe and why, and then respond to what it is that they actually believe. You know, this type of, do they actually believe that the Quran is the word of Allah? Do they actually believe that the Quran is incorrupted? If they believe that the Quran has not been corrupted, then they have some serious answers to us. And then I can go do my research and find out, well, then why did, like, you can't trace it back to its roots, to its autographs, its originals, because, you know, Caliph commanded the destruction of all of them in like 700 or whatever, you know, like, and then you can bring these things up to the person according to what they believe, so you're actually answering their objections. So what I do is I try to talk to the person that I have in my mind and find out what it is that they actually believe, instead of trying to know everything. Does that make sense? Okay, good question. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. What were the websites so I can say them? International Mission Board. Yeah. And North American Mission Board. Right on. In both of those, you can go on there and you can find like 1 or 2 page documents summarizing different worldviews, different religions, according to geographical location, which is like super great. I didn't know that. I'll use that. Summit Ministries. Yeah. Summit will go through the 9 major worldviews. If you guys want good curriculum and worldview stuff, they'll do 9 major worldviews and then compare it to the Christian worldview. It's really great stuff. The good question. Next. Yes.
Going back to when you were a naturalist, can you replay back to then? And if somebody said, okay, I'm a big banger, and you think back, okay, 14.3 billion years ago, everything, the universe, you could hold it like a softball, right? Or a pin.
Yeah, I mean smaller, yeah, singularity.
Right. And then, okay, if as a naturalist, you said, okay, well, where did that softball or that pinhead, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
You would have said,
Shut up. No, so the question is, as a naturalist, just so people that can hear when they're looking on the camera, as a naturalist, how would I have responded to, like, say, okay, given old Earth, old universe, singularity, Big Bang, what would I have said to the person? Well, where did that singularity come from? What I would have said is I would have appealed to things like the multiverse or quantum mechanics. Probably not so much quantum mechanics because it wasn't as popular, but I would have said so this is what I would have said. I would have said that's a great question. Science hasn't figured it out definitively yet. However, I think there's good explanations and the science is getting there. We just need to wait. Multiverse is probably the most popular. And then you could have said, where'd the multiverse come from? And I'd say it's existed indefinitely. Infinitely. Yeah. Yeah, infinitely like the God thing. No, so it's really interesting. Like Christians and like we recoil sometimes. Certain Christians recoil from Big Bang terminology. Did you guys know Big Bang cosmology was discovered by a Christian? I mean, it was discovered by a Christian, and when it came out, when Big Bang cosmology took root in whatever, like about 100 years ago, whatever, 70 years ago, the scientific community that rejected it with like the most passion were the atheists, because the naturalists understood what having a Big Bang entailed. Because then all of a sudden there was like, it's really fascinating to read about. If you read about the history of science, and at this moment, like when the Big Bang cosmology was like discovered and like thrown out there as scientific theory, the scientific community like freaked out, and they still are. And coming up with possible alternative explanations. So the atheistic community is the one who came up with like things like the oscillating universe. Like, oh, well, it's expanding now, but it's going to shrink back, and it just does this in infinite. But there's huge scientific and philosophical problems with that. Like, philosophical problem would be the possibility of traversing an actual infinite, right? If everything has existed in one state or another for all of time, for an infinite amount of time, we'd never be able to get to this moment in time. So, like, I know some of you. Like my wife is a math person. She is like her master's in mathematical finance, like pure math, like is where she started a PhD. She's so smart, and that still concept is like, what are you talking about? Traversing an aperture? And then what are you talking about? I know it's tough stuff to get into, but there's great like thought experiments like Herbert's Motel and things that we can talk about. But like, and also, that's not what the scientific evidence seems to dictate. We have things like the law of thermodynamics and these things, and that seem to indicate that the universe had a finite past, and it was a singular event, not something that keeps happening. So it's those are huge problems that the naturalistic community was trying to, like all these theories just came about all of a sudden. Yes, law, yeah. It's recycled, yeah. So. Conservation of energy and all this stuff, and it's really fun reading the scientific literature on this. And the only theory that's persisted has been Big Bang. So I think Christians, we should take it more seriously and understand. Actually, because like when I read Genesis 1, I see Big Bang. In the beginning, God. He created the heavens and the earth, right, as he spoke. Which is crazy. Have you guys ever thought of this? Like, this is like just my mind. Have you guys, I hope when we get to glory, like I hope when the new earth comes and we're there, I hope there's like an eternal DVR. Do you guys remember what DVRs are? You could record past events. Like, I'm hoping like it'd be so cool. Like I want to rewind time and watch that creation ex nihilo event. Like, what exactly does it look like for an immaterial God to speak everything into existence? Because there's no air or anything yet. I don't know what that looks like. It's going to be amazing. Or I'm hoping there was like a womb cam. Like how exactly did the Holy Spirit interact with Mary's physiology to produce Jesus? Like, what's that even look like? You know, I'm hoping like these things will be answered in glory for me. These are the things I stay up late at night thinking about. Like, these are what cause my soul worry. The immaterial aspect of myself that's proof of the existence of God. Yeah, anyways, okay. You guys are like, what? What a weirdo. Who invited this guy? Let's do another one. Any question? Yes. So the question is sure, this all makes sense, what we've talked about so far, but why is it this God? That's a great, great question. So the first bump is what I call the bump of stuff. And all it was, if you want the complicated term for what we just went over, it's something called the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. That's why I don't mention it, because you're just like, whatever. But it's the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. It's super easy to memorize, by the way. The formal argument is two premises followed by a conclusion. It's everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. This is a great argument for the existence of God, not the Christian God. I think it has to have certain qualities. I think it has to be a monotheistic God. It has to be a creative God. It has to be a personal God. But it's actually, the Kalam is a Muslim argument. It was a Muslim who came up with that argument. Where we go to get Christianity is the resurrection. Jesus. Because it's Paul who said that if Jesus has not been raised from the dead, then we're to be pitied above all men, is what he says. Our faith is in vain. What's that? Everything hinges on the resurrection. And actually, the resurrection, I don't mention it in this presentation just due to time, and it's not a bump in the reality. For me, the defining moment in my discovery period over the course of like those it was really the course of like 4 months where I went from naturalism to Christianity. I read the Bible and had an interaction with the Word of God, and I was hitting up with Christian apologetics. For me, it was the resurrection that was like, was that thunder? God? I mean, that doesn't happen in Southern California, guys. You don't understand. Like, it's amazing. It's like, you guys are like, oh, it's just thunder. It's incredible. It's like, for the resurrection, like, took the pin out of the grenade, and everything went, because I remember one night, so I was doing a lot of research on the resurrection, mainly to try to disprove the resurrection. So I was reading Lacona and Habermas and all of these people that you're supposed to read and that are experts on the resurrection. And I remember so Habermas came up with, it's Gary Habermas, and he's like the definitive guy on the resurrection right now. And he's so good. And he came up with something called the minimal facts approach. It's a great way to talk about the resurrection. And basically, what you do is you appeal to all the facts that people across worldview lines agree upon about events centering around the resurrection, like the life of Jesus, his death on a cross, under orders of Pontius Pilate. Empty tomb is even, in the last 30 years, has become accepted as actually happening. Changed lives of the apostles, the life and conversion of Saul of Tarsus. All of these things. You take all of these events that happened in real space-time history. They're agreed upon by most historians across worldview lines. And then you've got to apply a hypothesis on top of these events. What's the best explanation that explains each of these events, not just alone, but in a group fashion? Because like you could take one event and explain it away naturalistically, but not all of them. And I remember sitting in my house. It's so embarrassing. I used to have this IKEA couch. It was like a futon. It was the worst thing I've ever owned. I used to sit in it because it was so uncomfortable. It was impossible to fall asleep in. So I'd sit in that to read, and I'd be reading. I remember finishing, I think it was Lacona's book, or maybe Habermas's, and I remember thinking to myself, I've solved the problem. This is me as an atheist. This is true. I've come up with a naturalistic explanation to explain all of this evidence. What happened is, all of this happened. Jesus crucified, died, put in the tomb, stone rolled away. Aliens came down. They beamed Jesus up into their super alien spaceship. They applied their super alien technology, medical technology, on top of Jesus, and then beamed Jesus back down. Problem solved. And then I had to ask myself another question. How much evidence do I have for aliens? 0. Then I started asking myself, what is it that I'm really trying to avoid here? Because at that point, I was experiencing these bumps of reality. I was experiencing true relationship with real Christians, like good Christians, and I was digging into the hinge pin, like the hinge pin of Christianity, the resurrection, and I was still unwilling to go where the facts seemed to go. So my presupposition was the problem, not the Christian worldview. The problem was me, not the evidence. So then I remember literally sitting there thinking, I'm cooked. Like, this Jesus guy, shoot. I literally said this to Rihanna. I wish she was here. She would say there was just like one day I just came to her and was just like, yeah, I had the Bible that her parents gave me, and I remember I was holding it like this, and I was like, so I think this is true. And she was like, huh? Like, yeah, I think I'm a Christian now. Like, I'm just going to be a Christian now. And then, like, within like 2 months we were engaged. Within 7 months of that, we were married. And then within like 5 or 6 months of that, I was enrolled in seminary. I was in seminary, but it was really funny. I was in seminary. I was like the old guy, you know, because I actually went on campus. My law firm, they were so rad. My law firm let me leave early, half days on Wednesdays, so I could drive down to Biola and go to in-person classes. Seminary, it has no purpose like for a law degree, but they were like, this is good for you, so go do it. And I was in these classes with a bunch of young guys around me, young students. And I remember my Essential Christian Doctrine class, I had never heard the Trinity yet. I still hadn't, like, the church I got saved, we didn't talk about that kind of stuff. Like, it wasn't preached. It was more topical sermons, like, which is fine, but like, just not deep theology. And in my Central Christian Doctrine class, we were talking about the Trinity, and I remember raising my hand and saying, hey, Dr. Lewis, like, I thought we believed in one God. Like, what's this Father, Son, Spirit stuff? Like, I don't get it. And everybody around me was like, it was like the, like brakes pulled really fast. Everybody just like looked at me and was like, what? One kid, actually, I heard him under his breath say, I thought you had to be a Christian to come here. And I was like, what? Like, I'm saved, homie. Like, I just don't know. Like have a little grace, you know? I mean, Jeebus Creepers. But like, so very early on, I just dove straight in because it's so effective. It just transformed it's like this, guys. Some of us were talking, like some of us, God gives us a story for a reason, and some of us have stories that involve trauma and difficult things. And I feel like oftentimes my favorite audience to speak to every single year is at the rescue mission. Because it's at the rescue mission where I am confronted with people who are desperate for Jesus. And that makes a huge difference. And that desperation, man, I forgot what I was going to say. Shoot. Gone. What was I going to say? Pasta, come on. Shoot. That stinks. It was really good, though. I remember it being like, this is totally going to affect them. This is the thing they're going to remember. And then it was gone. No, it was something, to backtrack it here. It was something rescue mission, Jesus, desperation, transfer.